You know, ladies and gentlemen, for 9 months, the safest, securest place was in our mother's womb. And beside the womb was the heart. And for 9 months, we heard that our mother's heart. You see these little children running around. A lot of times, you know, they'll fall down, get hurt. They go running to their moms. The mom won't give them painkillers or anything, but she'll hold them close to her heart. And all of a sudden, that pain, that little child, it suddenly disappears. And today, all of us, you know, we have our trials and tribulations as people walking this earth. And we come here to get that healing caused by grief, sickness, things not going right in your life. And when you that drum for that prayer and the singers, your prayers will be answered. And these are some of the teachings that we were given growing up, especially singers here. They probably had the same teachings. We've been singing for a long time, and we have to go back to some of our teachings and understand the power of what we have. And in saying that, you know, you look on social media, TV, other places, children are running, their elders are crying because they're being away from places where they grew up all their lives because of war. We don't see that in this island, North America. And the elders used to tell us it was our drums, the pipes, the power of prayer that prevented And we have to go back to that and remember we have to be kind to each other. That person sitting beside you just has as much right to live because the Creator was the one that gave that life to that person. So at this time, we're gonna. Is that Mosquito Juniors or yeah, Mosquito Juniors? Go ahead. We're gonna get them to sing some warm-up songs. No, Mosquito Juniors. That's many generations of singers come from the Mosquito Nation here, and I think this is about the third or fourth generation of singers. So let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Local drum group, young guys. Aha, Niggamuk. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I still remember a lot of the old Mosquito Junior songs. Man, those are classics right there. So we're gonna go to the next drum group, another drum group from that comes from this area. They're called Two Nation Singers, and they also originate from the Red Pheasant and this community. So, if you will, they're two nations. You know. singers. Now we got a visiting drum group that comes to us from the Sturgeon Lake. We're going to make welcome Young Eagle Cree. Wow. Young Eagle Cree. Also, these young men here are second generation singers. Stand by Dakota Nation. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, our visitors, Young Eagle Cree. We're going to go back to Dakota Nation. We're going to get you guys to sing a warm-up song here. Where did Moss and those guys go? Dakota Nation, intertribal warm-up song. Here they come, they're already making their rounds, going around the band hall there, trying to snag up warm-up song. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, our Nakota Nation from the Morley. Beautiful scene, guys. So at this time, we're gonna let the drummers take a break here for a little while. We're gonna be asking some dignitaries that were invited by this community here to come and share some stories, say a few words, and that I'll let my little brother here, Donnie, take care of that area. So let's give a round of applause for Donnie Spidell.
Hey, all right. Thank you, Vern. It's good to see all of you here once again. As we come forward here on behalf of the great Tatanka Oyate, on behalf of the Buffalo Nation, this is what all of these celebrations are about, is to come home and bring home a great spiritual being that took care of our people, continues to take care of our people. And a little bit here, we're going to go ahead and have kind of a buffalo calling ceremony. And a little bit, we're going to let these gentlemen get set up here. But as we know it, we're going to have some speakers, and our chief and our council, our host nation here, they wanted to be able to have a chance to give some people an opportunity to convey some messages, to bring some understanding in regards to how this all came to be. This is a special moment in the moments here of this community, in this nation. As we expressed last evening, the Buffalo haven't been present here for well over 150 years. And so we're talking about a true homecoming. We're talking about an opportunity to rebirth that spiritual connection back to the Buffalo Nation. And as we shared last evening, we know that amongst the Oceti Shakoi, the people of the Nakota Nations, Dakota, and Lakota Nations, were formerly known as the Oceti Shakoi throughout the North American continent. And through that, we have emergent stories. They told us about a time that before we came to the earth's surface, before we came to walk on this earth, there was a time that we lived below the earth's surface. And when we came to appear, and the first time that we came to sun's light, when we first did that, they said we turned into a form of a buffalo. We were part of the Tatanka. And so this Buffalo Nation, from there, as we began to walk and emerge and develop ourselves into a human state, we started as a Buffalo Nation. And somewhere in there, we went from four-legged to a two-legged being. And this is why we understand that. We understand this concept of, we call it hunkapi, to be relational, to be in kindred spirit to this Buffalo Nation. And so what these gentlemen here are going to be sharing as an understanding of that relational place within this Buffalo Nation. But before we do that, I believe our chief has stated we're going to have some speakers. And we're going to invite these individuals to come on up here to the stage. As out in front of our stage, we got some things taking place here protocol-wise. Our first speaker this evening comes to us from the Battleford's Tribal Council, serves as the agency Tribal Council. These are some of the things that I'm getting acquainted with here in the local area. But I want to ask Joan Bear. She serves as the CEO of the Battleford Agency. And it's important to acknowledge the partnerships, the relationships throughout our tribal governance. And so as Joan makes her way up this way, many of you know her here in the local area, and she's a part of these opening ceremonies. And we also want to convey to each and every one of you that North American wide, globally wide here, our friend Mr. Nathan Aries, he's becoming one of our social media sensations, and he's got this live on world broadcast. And so if you're out there and you're seeing this and you want to share it beyond, please do so, because this is a very special historical undertaking here at our nationhood here. So on behalf of the Mosquito, Grizzly Bear's Head, Lean Man First Nations, we're going to get right into our cultural festivities here tonight. We got a little bit of variety of things that are going to happen, but the speakers tonight are going to help us to understand some of the importance and significance of what's taking place. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our Joan Bear. How about a big round of applause, friends and relatives?
Thank you so much for welcoming me to Treaty 4, Treaty 6 territory. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, elders. It's such an honor to be present and to celebrate all the festivities with all of you. Have all your drum groups here, your ceremony. It's wonderful. From Muscadet First Nation. We have bison there that also came from Elk Island Park. And we got those in the 80s. And I can say, whenever people were hurting, they'd always just go and take a drive out to the bison. There's a connection there to our heart, and they would just always feel better. And you're so fortunate to be able to be keepers of the bison here. And it's just a wonderful thing. I just can't congratulate you enough on this endeavor. And I just pray for all the wisdom of the keepers of the bison, because a bison will go anywhere it wants to go. You can't lead a bison anywhere. They're quite a handful when they break the fence. But I just wish you all the best and congratulations.
Thank you for those words here, Bear. And now, bringing forward our next speaker, serves as the individual that we all come to know as a very special spokesperson, ambassador of the area, representing the community of Stony Knoll, also of the Battlefords Agency Tribal Council, serves as the tribal chief. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Chief Sylvia Weenie. As she makes her way on up this way, we also want to let you know that some of you gentlemen that are visiting us from Morley, Alberta, some of you that kind of got a pass from your girlfriends, they just text in that they're watching you live on stream here, so don't do anything too bad, all right? Make sure these Nakota boys are looked after here. There's been lots of talk about thickening the Nakota bloodstream here back in Mosquito area, and so you guys might get invited to some coffee. They're looking forward to remaking Taniga soup again, some tripe soup again. So we're working on that. Some of you that haven't had good old Taniga or tripe soup, that's a great tradition of the Sioux Nation. You see, that's how we got these big noses. That comes from eating guts all our life right there. Anyhow, but these are good things for us to have. And so we're going to ask our some of our leadership to bring words, and every now and again we'll try to bring some commentary. And last evening, it was really nice to bring the community together on behalf of celebration of a birthday. A gentleman that had 71 birthdays already, and to rally around an elder is always nice. And so we started off through song and dance last evening, and today now we carry forward. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, our chief is ready to bring greetings. So, Chief Sylvia Weenie.
Tapoy, I just want to greet each and every one of you that are present here today. Magais pitama ngani hiyoisin exnis tegis mi gusianong big swan. Kahyo tagawasanga me piengan tatamskad na stahana ya atuske ungimi gono te pechnawai kapik swesta mo ke koke ka mama wa so e homa sakchawase te pagoko he skungana kahyo ta he mama wa so kistawa wefta wasimu na hoche na gochi mixuachi Kino se usagay kani no gaya na kawinuag ataka ko pegonista na nagtanggap sa nanoma osi mo chakat na o sa gay tame epteo sa gaochian evuma sta hemamichi ya kahyo etix questo mo ko kahyo taya uningani o kape tuk anom kahyo na emamichi ya hiko pues etuta epeki taha ega uta aya kwa kumagano kinuesi ki pe pamiko ya ewawa pe matsu ni ki pe miko yo te tsnawe anu tse ga kio kano kukta e kia wawa Ek miskutskapawik, ewi pamihayik, puesewi tutoyik. Ito ni musik tani kwanot. Kahit tego ya nama, itu tamek. Sana kahkyo, tatamskat na wow. Egute, muese sismi nga peatsamon, tan sumegise, maatse paigota. Magay saya, heptawa itapaya, lapewitse wow, instem, muesas nga peatsamonan. Tan sumegise, maatse paigote, kapeway no tahako ko, pasquamos to sag. But with that, I want to greet each and every one that's sitting around here today. It's really, I'm very proud to be a part of the BATC Tribal Council. The chairperson for the Tribal Council, and we consist of 7 First Nations, including Mosquito, Sweetgrass, Red Pheasant, Soto, Musumin, Atakakup, and Stony Knoll. I hope I got all of them. Anyways, I was appointed as the chair, so I'm here to bring the greetings to you from the 7 First Nations that we represent. And you are the pride of our tribal council. You are the go-getters, and I really admire the drive that you have. The other thing too that I want to mention is I really commend your chief, Tanya. I can't say her full last name, but Chief Tanya, that's how we know her. And I commend her for all the things that she initiated in the community. Wow. We're very, very proud of her at the tribal level. She's initiated so many different things. She's a leader, not just for your community, but for our tribal council as well. And one of the things that we want to is really celebrate with all of you and bringing back to Buffalo. So I want to greet each and every one of you. I want to thank each and every one of you for the invite. Akamemok. All of your children, all of your grandchildren are watching you, and you are leading in a good way. You're leading them in a good way. And we're also watching from the other nations as well. So I'm very proud of each and every one of you.
Thank you once again, Chief Weenie. Beautiful words of inspiration, and also leading a educational charge throughout our country, making sure that education is a priority to all of our people throughout our lands. Next to speak here, ladies and gentlemen, individual that hails from Morley, Alberta, Morley First Nations over there in Minithni, I believe it's the traditional name over there. We're looking for Council Member Watson Kakwitz, if you would please. Council Member Watson Kakwitz, let's give him a big round of applause. Traveling on over this way, came out to the round dance last night, came out and did some Gohominy dancing. And tonight we're going to hear some words from this individual. And it's also bringing forward a number of our people throughout the Nakota territories coming to the lands here. They're creating that alliance again, bringing the people together, not only through feasting and song and dance and celebration, but this Tatanka Oyate, that's the essential component of what we've been able to establish here, is that this Buffalo Nation once again has united the great Nakota Nation. And so tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring forward a relative here, serving on council, Mr. Kakwitz.
Nimni hejabne, nangu niwin chatstabne winda, nagaha miso puaginat, lewahine, yahe touch dying the Ichigabuat, the Jin, the Dahawahiwan, Chiahiga Daha, the Jin, ne Hungane, ne Hungatane, and each Chobiche Daha, then Wahiwan. The Chiga Miche Opuijinats, Ned, that's how in Churhange, Hayabne Winda, the Chahnan, Nidim Chach Tabne Winda, Upichinavit, Tatanga, Ko, Chat Nagubit, the Chica Nagaha, Zanonsis Niet. On behalf of Chief and Council, all and the people I represent, I'm honored to say a few words up here. And also, I'd like to thank the elders of the community and ladies and gentlemen, and especially the chief of Mosquito, Tanya. And I don't really know how to pronounce her last name, so Chief Tanya. So yes, I'm honored to be here with you to celebrate this, bringing back buffalo to your community. I know the buffalo, it's a great significance to our people. But because of the buffalo, we're here today. If it wasn't for the buffalo, we wouldn't have survived. But because of the buffalo, all of us are here. And that's what I teach when I talk to our young people at school. And that's my grandmother used to say, Mankuchine, yea, gabichach, Mankuchine, Huya pabichach, Mankuchine, Chahodim pabitach. That's what she used to say in our language. If you respect and watch look after the land, the land will recognize you and look after you. That's what I said in Stony. So same with the buffalo. Look after the buffalo will look after you. So with that, I'd like to thank Tanya again. You're a great leader. And I just know her last few years through Indian Relay. So thank you, Tanya. Great job.
Beautiful words here once again. Washtish to know. Thank you, Councillor Quits of Morley, Alberta, visiting us from the great Yahe Nakota people. And now we're going to ask our good friend from the office of the Treaty Commission's office. We also know her as Treaty Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, our Treaty Commissioner of our province, our local territories, Mary Culbertson, to make her way on up here. And as she does so, I believe grandchild, I believe, is with her. Oh, that's yours. You're still making kids, huh? That's all right. That's all right. That's a treaty promise. Got to do your part to keep treaty alive. That's all right. Nathan, maybe you can edit that out for me later. All right. Every now and again, you never know what's going to happen there. Sorry, Trudy. Mary.
My name is Mary Culbertson. I'm from Kizikus First Nation. I'm a Anishinaabe. And I have my little granddaughter here with me. Her name is Ella, and she's a Lekane from Wood Mountain. Miigwech for inviting us here today. It's so beautiful to see. And of course, this guy had to make me go out of breath laughing at his jokes. On the way here, I was on the phone with my mom, and I was telling her where we were going today. And she thought that was so beautiful that the buffalo were coming back. In our area, 2 of our nations have buffalo again. And she was talking about the young people who are at the treatment center in one of our nations and how they take them to go look at the buffalo. And she said you can just see a change come over them when they walk up to the fence, see the buffalo, and it's healing, right? The buffalo coming back to our nations is healing. They didn't ever want us to have our buffalo back. And I'm the first woman treaty commissioner and first Anishinaabe treaty commissioner. So understanding those things that happen to our people is really important. And understanding how to the government and to the people who were coming and overtaking these lands and breaking treaties, a dead buffalo was a dead Indian. And it's important to educate our young people our ages, who don't know those histories because we had big gaps in our knowledge. It was taken away from us through residential schools and all those systems. We weren't supposed to know how healing our buffalo are. And we made these relations through coming together, coming and joining. And where I'm from, we're Anishinaabe, and we're in like one little corner of the province. And you're spread out all over in the Dakota and Lakota people. And it's wonderful to see coming from all over. You know, I've seen people from Alexis, I think, come in the door, and from Morley, and from all over the place. And it's beautiful to see because we're losing too much of our connection to our relatives. Right? I have to bring her places with me so she can know who she is as a Lakota person. And we're losing our relations with one another. So this is beautiful to come and see each other. And I know people always say, you know, we're stronger together, but it's very true. When our nations stand together, that's how we're going to move forward together. Miigwech, and this is so beautiful. I congratulate you. Thank you to the nation, to Chief Tanya for inviting us here, Chief and Council Mosquito, the elders and knowledge keepers, and all the visitors. Miigwech, this is a beautiful Sunday for us to come and spend with you.
Hey, one more time for Treaty Mary here and the commissioner. And I want to say hello to my young relative here from the LeCain family, amongst the Wood Mountain people. Some of you know in our history, that's where our great war chief, our great medicine leader, Chief Tatanka Iotaka, had made his last Sundance, was in the Wood Mountain region. And the LeCain family, they're a direct branch to the Sitting Bull Teoshwe. So it's nice to meet a young relative here this day. We're going to go ahead and I believe we got a couple more speakers, but our computer turned off on us here. We'll find out who the next speaker will be. This next individual needs no introduction. We're going to take some time to acknowledge her here at this time, and had a great vision a few years ago when she was elected, had a great vision to create change, to make change, to instill change, to implement change here for this nation and the surrounding area. And I do believe all of you local citizens and those of you around the nation will know that she certainly accomplished that and continues to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, your chief here tonight. How about a big round of applause for Chief Tanya Stone?
I'd like to call up my council that are here, if they can come and stand with me. Council Celeste and Council Deborah. Council Sandy is unable to be with us this evening. Council Tristan and Council Brad. I know I've seen Deborah here. Okay. I guess there's a birthday, so. I guess, first of all, I want to acknowledge all our knowledge keepers. You know, it's our knowledge keepers that guided us through this whole process for the next 4 days. And so if I can ask all our knowledge keepers to stand up. Don't be shy. I'd also like our men and women from the nation to stand up. all the kids that are from Mosquito, Grizzly Bear, Head, Lean Man to rise. So a couple of years ago, there was talk about bringing the bison back. And I want to acknowledge Grant Boudry, our economic development CEO, and also Gloria Lee, who's here in attendance, if she can stand as well, because she was part of those discussions of bringing back the bison to the nation. And so in those 2 years, we knew that we were going to have to invest as a community to bring the bison home, to learn and to build a relation with the bison, and to reach out to our Nakota brothers and sisters and nations to help us and support us through this process, as well as to the surrounding Cree nations that have bison. And so in this 2 years, we were able to build a fence. It was going to be double in the size, but we've, decided that we would, commit 1,000 acres to our bison. And so we have a bison crew out there right now that are checking the fence, and that will be mentored by George Gordon First Nation and Soto and Siksika. And so this is really new to us. So we couldn't really move on, planning until we were 100% committed as far as, receiving the donation from Elk Island. And so it was a few months back that they contacted us and told us that, there's going to be 4 nations in the western provinces that are going to receive gifted bison, and to do as we please, preparing. So in the last month, we had meetings with our knowledge keepers, took them out for supper, and a lot of ideas came about. And so we started traveling. Some of our knowledge keepers went to Lodgepole and have those connections with Carry the Kettle, White Bear, Pheasant Rump, Ocean Man. And I went west. I went to Morley, and then a couple elders went to Alexis, or made those connections with Alexis. So it was deliberate that we reached out to the Nakota nations from 4 different directions to come and support us. And one of the things that our knowledge keepers shared is that we'll conduct this celebration, this honoring, the way Mosquito, Grizzly Bear, Head, Lean Man would do it. And offerings were made in the lodge, and the bison are happy they're coming home and to celebrate the best way we can. And so I want to acknowledge everyone that took part in those dialogues and consultations, because I don't want to say names because I know I'll forget, but those ceremonies, from the pipe, which is going to happen tomorrow morning, and the sweat that took place today, the round dance. And we have 4 knowledge keepers right now at Elk Island. They're going to be there tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Alberta time. And at 9 a.m. Saskatchewan time, we're going to do our pipe here. So while they're getting loaded, the pipes will be lifted. And so I want to acknowledge, our pipe carriers that are going to, help us through this process, and our visitors. So to all our visitors, we're so grateful that you were able to commit your time. We took you away from your families for a little while, and that you come to our nation and celebrate with us. And we are committed to reaching out more to our Nakota nations, because it's who we are, and we cannot lose who we are and build those relations. I remember when I was a little girl, People were coming from all directions to this nation, coming to our old people, you know, from Fort Belknap and all different directions. And now we got to go out and we got to reach out now. And so, because it's important that we don't lose who we are. And we have a lot of history, a lot of history. And so this evening is a way of celebrating, a way of honoring the spirit of the bison. It truly is, and I truly believe in my heart that yes, as a nation, we committed an X amount of resources, but in the long term, I think it's going to help us. It's going to help us emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And, you know, one of the things that I really, you know, noticed in the last little while is the young men, you know, inboxing and saying that they're really happy. And so with that, I think, you know, that speaks volumes, because I think it's really important that, you know, I've seen as a woman, young woman growing up, that we always had support. A lot of us women, we support each other, but our men need to start supporting each other. It's only going to make us stronger and healthier. And it's true, when we stick together, when we work together, things get done. And I look at my council, they represent all different families in this nation. And I say this publicly, we don't all get along, you know, but when we sit down and we look at that big picture, we need to decide how we're going to get there together. And that's something I encourage and promote out there. And all our families that are standing, you're representing all our families in the nation. And that brings, you know, peace and heart to me to see that, to work towards that. Because you have to break cycles. And we have a lot of cycles that need to be broken. But in order for them to be broken, we need to be strong enough to talk about them. And so we have visitors from all over that will be sharing different, you know, things this evening. But I want to acknowledge the staff. I have an amazing staff. If they're not standing yet, I hope they're standing. I have an amazing staff. I have teams all over. I have my TLE team. I have the economic development team. I have my band staff, education, post-secondary, social development. We all have teams and we get things done. And, you know, I had staff that got off the plane yesterday from Ottawa and they came to the round dance and they worked right till wee hours in the morning. I had staff that were playing volleyball at FSIN, but they committed to come to the nation. They had 14, 16-hour day yesterday, but that's the kind of staff that I have. And I'm so very proud of them, because it is them that is making this happen. It's our families that are making this happen. All of us coming together. So with that, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate the return of the bison, because they haven't been in this area for many, many years. So with that, let's celebrate.
Wow. Good words. Thank you, Chief, for reminding us here of the purpose and the intent, and certainly the spirit intent of what tonight is all about. And now we're going to take a little bit of time here to come down here to the arena floor here. Some gentlemen here that have been setting up here that have traveled to share a little bit of the Wowaka, a little bit of this holy way that we have as Indian people, Nakota people. We all understand that connection, that this relative of ours, this Buffalo Nation, we know what it has done for us throughout time. Even if we didn't have herds, even if we didn't have buffalo meat anymore, we still prayed to the skull. We still prayed to this Buffalo Nation, this spirit, that someday that it would return, someday that it would help our people to nourish and to survive. Long time ago, they talked about this detachment of our people being lost because we didn't have buffalo meat to eat anymore. And now soon enough, throughout this return of the buffalo, you will be able to have buffalo feeds again. And they told us genetically that's how we were going to survive. That's how we were going to continue to live, is because the spirit of the buffalo is within us. And they said that somehow in there, spiritually, we will be able to survive. Spiritually, the Buffalo Nation would return again. And those were some of the oppressive natures of the government in the United States and Canada had done to our people, was to try to starve us out, try to take this Buffalo Nation from us. And they were kind of successful, but somehow we never quit praying. We never gave up hope that this Buffalo Nation would actually help us to survive. There are songs and the things that we're going to share here tonight that talk about our history. Everything that we have, our language, our songs, our history is encoded in those very things. So tonight, we're going to come on down here, and however you are, I'm not sure what's all going to take place. I don't know if you want a microphone or if you want just people to kind of observe from there. But we have a gentleman by the name of Charlie Leander. He's the elder and knowledge keeper from the Alexis people of just outside of Edmonton, Alberta. Some of our most northern Nakota people that we have. And there's lots of stories how we emerged, but our homelands traditionally was over here in the Hesampa in the Black Hills. Centrally, that's where our people came from. And over time, we spread out. We started to become all across the United States, and Canada is now known as our territory. But we also, throughout the night, we're going to share some stories about our warriors. We're going to share some stories about why these things still exist, why we still do what we do. But as you know, as spiritual people, natural law citizens, we know this is the covenant of why we're still here. It's because of prayer and because of ceremony. We will talk about it in a way of what we call wowaka. And so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm turning it over to these individuals here, however they wish to share it with you. I wish each and every one of you to have an open mind, an open heart, as they share with you a life way of teachings of every one of you.
Metodibi, ngaban, abo state yamyo. Ne nicht nimne. Italien nimne, metodibi. Da chapter. When you got to stop in the burger. When you got na publish hang gibi, the choose he uptrosted. Oh, Navas. When you got to stop, oh, Navas. Ne. Setting bo in the chapter. Na public uptrosted. See the how. The burger hubi na. Rock Lake the burger. See the how. Isia burger. See burger meaning trosted. Welcome to the welcome to the sin Ibarabo Stettin Setin Ibarigabit Sin Nachnis Nagaban Sin Gibis Sin Tunizabonachnis Sane Wahina the two chicken habitat. It's the Auntie Nazi Tona Tavana. That's not the Utagan Tin Tavana Chumas Tin. Do we talk to it's a he was. Do we check it to talk it to the Hataka? That's how over Yap or one kept the old Nabi regime. It's a make a chin, no Hana, ne he that do we check it to. That's all not a chin at Agun Kunchin, we pan a Kunchin, which in Shinano Kunchin Hanatin. no, no, he just to the house at such a chuga. The kinu chiginika to kin hishaga. It seems that Hamid never himuna, never get himuna, Ninama himne, top hiwagina. My relatives, uh, my relationship. Um I wanted to say some things uh, because it's time. You know, you're a leader, you're a chief. Uh, made a speech that maybe 100 years ago we weren't able to do it, maybe 150 years ago, because of the trauma that we went through. But today, we've reconciled with one another and we've come to a place, we find ourselves in places like this. And when I hear the word knowledge keepers, you know, I think about that because I come from a family that they're all church, raised up in a Catholic way, and I attended residential school, different schools, and in my family nobody reached 40. My dad died before I was 40. Had, Mama had 15 kids and 13 of us survived. My dad died before he was 40. My oldest brother died when he was 30 because of alcohol. My second oldest brother died when he was 28 from drugs. And years ago, my mom and some elders sat me down and told me it's time. Finish, Sean. It's time to quit everything. This road you're leading is not the road that you have a different responsibility. So you have to change your life, they said. And that was back in the 84. And they gave me some prints and tobacco. And said, there's an elder over there at our community. He's gonna do Sundance. Go see him. Talk to him. Maybe he lecture you. Maybe he'll help you with this problem you have, this alcohol. So I went over there and I stayed there. And they had a sweat the next day. And I didn't know these things because then we went to go get the tree. And I wanted to leave. I wanted to go home, but they told me, they gave me a knife and said, dig that hole. They made me dig the boss hole for the tree. And I was young. Didn't know nothing. And after that, we put up the lodge. And by the time we finished, it was about midnight. It was dark. And they called all the dancers in. And I was standing there watching all these women dancers going in that side and the men on this side. And I'm home on there. I got anxious. You know, some elder standing here. Tashin, can anybody dance? Do I show with Chichu? Oh, who? Okuta. I said, yeah. See there, there's the men's side. And I ran to my truck. Uh, I'm a carpenter by trade. That's how I made a living. And I grabbed a little blanket and I went running in. And I just went into the lodge and I found a spot and it was night, dark. We danced for the 6 songs and went to bed. And next morning we started dancing. You know, I looked around and see everybody was dressed up really nice, especially the women there had really nice stuff. The men, you know, they had nice ribbon shirts and nice beaded stuff, really nice whistles. And I looked at myself and I had nothing. No whistle, no feather, and no flags, no tobacco. And the helpers came around and looked at the back and they were watching because I had nothing. So they asked me, where's my stuff? I said, no, it's in Wahita. I just came in like this, I said. ooh, my nephew, Chris guys, they look in the back and they went over there and they were talking and a caller went out and he was hollering, Charlie is here. Got nothing, go tell the family. That afternoon, the family came and brought stuff like blankets, stuff. And I didn't even tell my wife or my mom that I was gonna. I stayed there to dance. But Mama board a tent and they set up outside. I didn't notice. And Sunday morning, they brought a shirt in there for me to wear. I remember that. That Sunday morning when I got up to dance, something came out of that tree. It came, it looked like a smoke or something like that, like a puff, like, and it hit me. It came, and it just knocked me down. And I felt something choke me. I couldn't talk. I couldn't cry because it's so deep. It was so deep. I remember that. I couldn't stand up. I had to hold a fence and get up, and I was holding that fence. I was standing and watching the tree, and all of a sudden, I felt this thing like this, something, and then like something came out and went through the tree, and I saw it. One like that, it went in, and I always remember that. So I think Makana, Ushinapchana, the great spirit pities us. I don't care who you are. I didn't know nothing. I wasn't even prepared for Sundance. And I know we tell people prepare yourself for a whole year, sweat, bring your flags, pray, get your giveaway ready. There's proof that if you really, really want to go back to your old ways, I think it can happen overnight. Because I never knew nothing. I was never raised up this way. And I remember when the elders told me that you have to go home now. I was born and raised in Utabi, our reserve. And I wonder, what are they talking about? I was born and raised here. But I didn't know that I was a Nakota Sioux. I was descendant of Sitting Bull. I belonged to the Black Hills, South Dakota, North Dakota. I belong to that prairie. I belong to all those ceremonies, those sacred places. That's who I was. And I didn't know nothing. So I remember 1994, we made a trip to the States with a bunch of us. I went fasting and sundancing. I sundanced 38 years. And I remember how it was. Mama passed away when she was 90. And I remember when we took Mama over there, she was standing there with us, and she listened to those people talk, and they're singing. And Mama said, my son, we're home now, she said. I hear the songs, because she heard those songs when she was a little girl. And she also heard them talk the language. She gave that's who we are. The language, that's who we are. And I remember Mama went down, pick some dirt like this. What Mama did. Oh, I was standing right there. So these are the things that I went through. And my mom, she was really happy that I was a sober person. And from there, that's a lot of years I sundanced. And the other thing, we traveled 31 years to the States on our own as a family and others. This one standing here grew up, you were born into this way of life. And this is my son, my youngest one, 31. He never touched alcohol, he never touched drugs, not in his life. And that's my nephew. They brought him to the sweat. he wanted into drinking, fighting, all that stuff. And they took him into the sweat. I prayed for him. I said, he'll be a singer. People's going to hear his voice. So continue to bring him into the sweat that one day he's going to stand in front of a lot of people and they're going to hear his voice. And that's who he is today. And my grandson here, he's Seiji, he's singing his dad's song. My son, he passed away years ago. So he's taken over his songs. So he's just growing. He's like the young people. He has his good days and he has his off days. But I know one thing, you're all going to have a good day because they're all going to pierce this summer. I'm looking forward to that. So the other thing I'm going to tell you is, you know, the Sundance that we do, we lost it over 150 years ago. We do the little lodge, the ones that everybody does, but we do the big lodge. We lost it over 150 years ago, and that's what Mama told me. Shecha, that's the one. And I wasn't the only one. I remember one time there was over 200 youth, young people. All young people camp. That camp, I remember that Wolf Creek. That camp was just full of young people from Canada. They all come to watch us Sundance. And then as we went along, there was voices here and there. Tell Grandpa to bring a Sundance at our reserve. Let's have our own Sundance now. Keep coming up here. So somebody went and talked to the medicine man, and I remember he came to Canada in the middle of the winter. And he was looking around where I live, and I remember he did a ceremony and he also had sweats. And I remember him saying, this man is ready. And I didn't know what he meant, but now I know. I survived. I'll be doing my 19th Sundance. So we repatriated the Sundance. After all these years that it went missing, we brought it back. And I'm going to be 72 years old. And what I've encountered, what I went through this year, that I brought this, I want to put up this altar so that it's a blessing in my life. And it's a gift. A medicine man that helps me gave me this buffalo skull. He got an artist to paint it, and he gave it to me. And those 4 sticks there, black, red, yellow, and white, those colors come out of the white buffalo calf pipe bundle. There are 6 colors, blue and green. And that's what kind of the Great Spirit, the Great Mystery give us to use. That's the colors we use. The black, red, yellow, white, and the green. We use the green and blue, and then we use the purple for grandmother. So I brought those sticks along because people put 405 sticks like this and they fast inside of it for 4 days. And when the Sundance is over, people take those sticks home. So wherever we go, sometimes we give it to the people that there was a lot of people that fasted those days, and a lot of people that Sundance. And there's the people that went and cut those sticks during the winter. And that's the only time, one of the things we do is that's the only time in the winter where you can go touch the shashasha while they're sleeping so that you can take it, if the spirit is sleeping, so you can cool it. And then the young people go and cut 405 and they peel it, they dry it up and they paint it, and they put tobacco ties. We have grandmothers teaching 3 girls and young people. So there was a lot of work with the intent of good health in life with those sticks. So we brought that along, and then this buffalo skull is a symbol of our way It's holy. And one of the things they told me was, if you're going to do a Sundance, you have to have a vision. You have to dream about it. You got to see, you got to talk to tell you. And that's what happened. And then 18 years later, some things happened to me. I found myself alone. And I told my wife, I'm really anxious. Something's bothering me. It's all over me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I remember I phoned uh, uh, I phoned in Pine Ridge. And the elder told me, "Baby, said they're waiting for you. You have to go. You got to be alone, and you'll know." So, the dream I had, I found it. I was out there for 2 weeks and I found it. I found the place, the valley, the meadows, the creek, and where I walked, I seen something white over there. When I went up there, it was like about that much. A horn was sticking out like this, and it was a petrified buffalo skull. And I asked what I was supposed to do with it, and he told me, "Nachma, he said, hide it, because you're gonna anger people." He said, I heard someone say that we anger each other in the community, and this elder told me, "Nagichma," he said, hide it, and smudge it, and one day you're gonna see. So, and then when we were gonna do Sundance, that's one of the first things they asked me. Did you have a vision? Did you find your buffalo skull? All these things I had to go through. It took many years. And I'm not afraid to talk about it. But that's the way of life. Without it, maybe I would be dead. Maybe without it, I wouldn't enjoy Sundance. I wouldn't enjoy these songs. And this one here, this is the warrior stuff. I call this the warrior stuff, or some people say, "Oh, it goes, this is heavy. It's not it's like an oak ash tree. I had to fast with this. We brought it home and we use it in the Sundance for supporting ourselves to stand up when we're piercing or something. We'll put flags on it. We use it to put our war chief headdress on it. And this eagle feather, this is golden eagle feather. It saw a lot of Sundance. It's been through a lot. That's why it's kind of like the way it is. And I remember years ago, we were going to Manitoba and I was with my son. And we come across by North Battleford East. And I saw this eagle coming. And all of a sudden I seen this raven. They met and they fought. And I seen them go like this. And all of a sudden they went like this. And then I saw the raven flying away and I saw that eagle come like this. I just landed there. That raven killed it and poked him and I phoned and he said, take it. And he Gupta this. I phoned the elder right away and he said, the Gupta, get some seeds, wrap it up and Nagichman said, hide it. Don't tell nobody. He said, gifted, you will know. And this is one of them. It's it's something that in my heart, I always heard my grandparents talk about how a long time ago, when somebody wanted help or somebody wanted to go see a holy man or a medicine man, they would visit 4 times, not just one. They would bring food, cook, sit down and tell stories. And they would do that 4 times. And they would bring gifts. They would bring gifts and they would have a fellowship. After 4 days, they would talk about the reason why they come to visit and maybe exchange. Maybe their son or daughter wanted a man or a woman, or maybe they wanted to get doctored, or maybe they wanted to sundown. And when I was putting things together, and I remember one of the things I always remember, Mama, Mama, when I'm giving stuff away, me cheese, we stop. Mama said, my son, don't. You're gonna give everything away. He said, Mr. Maku, he said, why don't you just give it to me? I always remember that Mama used to kind of get fidgety about it. And this morning when I was putting my stuff together, what are you gonna do? That's what my wife said. Been married my wife for I think it's 48 years. He said, what are you gonna do now? I said, I said, why you say these things to me? I'm gonna go give some stuff away. I need a buffalo robe I can give away. Ah, she already did, he said. He already give you buffalo robe away. So and there's a rock, and she's, can you lift that rock up? There's a rock here that comes from Crazy Horse Mountain. Our kids, when they go up there, we always go to Crazy Horse Mountain. And we always take a rock, they bring it home. And in good gesture, because of our history, because of what they talk about, when you go to South Dakota, you're going to find yourself. That's home. That's where the history comes from. This is what I've learned. And we always bring a rock back. And I wanted to give this to the tribe or whoever would keep this here with the buffalo skull is for the tribe because you're doing something special. You're bringing something home very sacred. And that's why I thought about this. What a warrior goes through when you're doing piercing sundown. I know how it feels when you're going to pierce and you're going to hang and drag skulls. When they're going to, when they bring tobacco and they ask what size of sticks do they have to use. I know all those things. And men come there to present tobacco because they're going to get ready. And they ask me questions. And when I hold a stick, I know what they go through because I pierced 7 to 8 times. And the reason why I did that was I wanted to have deep strength inside of me so that I don't give up. So that the courage that we walk forward like Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, Pound Maker, Gall, all those people that fought for us, all those people that you carry stories for them. And today, we're now starting to rise in communities. I see Sundance is coming up all over, and there's more coming up all over. And I see young people, they're starting to become ceremony song singers, and that's so important to bring all this back. And for the spirit of the buffalo, I remember when I went to the States how they did the ceremony to take the buffalo down. They showed us that. And I also worked when I was young, I worked in a buffalo ranch. And one thing you can't do is you can't turn your back on a buffalo because they're so quick. And all around us, we call ourselves First Nation people, but yet the buffaloes are all gone. I was thinking about that when they were telling the stories. But they're just next door. The white people, they're farming buffaloes when you go to the north, to the east, to the south, to the west. They're all around us in our community. So my brother Lonnie's been working on it. He has that same dream what the chief talked about, what the people talk about there. My brother has that same vision that's what he wants to do. So he is going to come visit. He wanted to come with us, but he had some things to do. So these are the things that I'm sitting here listening and hearing these things. I have to say I'm very fortunate, to hear that our people are starting to come together and work together. Tatanko Ate. And the other one, something I wanted to say was my grandfather used to fish. He used to set net, and one evening he went to go set the net. We used to always help him fix the net. And he went to the lake and he came back and he didn't look right. My grandfather had dark skin. He didn't look right. He was kind of like this. And he told Maushin, Homad, he said, Tatanka, he said, he saw the buffalo inside the water. When he pushed the boat out through the weeds, just before we got to the edge of the weeds, the Tatanka was under the water. Said that he was just looking at me like this. He said he just about fainted. He said, you're just shaking. So he took off back to the shore. And he never went back for a couple of days. So my grandfather helped out in the Sundances, and and then my dad and my uncle went to go set a net in that lake, and here they caught a buffalo skull, great big buffalo skull, petrified them. Why did that happen? Why does it happen to us? So that's the gift we have. And when they announced my name, it's Latendre, but it's a French name. That's not our. Mama told us to take our the old traditional name, Ranaji. And when I think about Ranaji, I always think about standing rock or standing alone. And then the other one is fast lightning. We have a grandmother years ago up up in the Standing Rock. Our great grandmother, her name was Fast Lightning. So we may take that name just to to fulfill our hearts, to show who we are, what we stand for, and the drum beat that you have to pass something on to your children. We have to pass something on to our kids. And this is one of the things they told me. They told me if you stay here in Sundance in this reserve, they said you're going to go old, you're going to have white hair, and you're going to sit there with your grandkids. You're holding your grandkids, and you're going to have nothing. You're not even going to have a song. You see this lodge? You will never get an opportunity to do nothing, anything. You're different. You're going to go home now. And now when I think of it, they were right. If I stayed on the reserve, if I didn't listen to the elders, that's where I would have been. But because I listened to the elders and my mom, this is where I am today. And I see what they talk about. So, but my sons and the boys are going to sing some songs. We're going to sing two Buffalo songs. And if you listen to the words, it's we're introducing the way what I heard was we're introducing the spirit of the buffalo into this community. And that one song, you're going to hear it. And the song is the Tanka, the buffalo sing, calling. The people need your help. Wherever you go, we're calling on you to help. So there's two songs, and they're going to sing one more song. I asked them to sing a calling song because we're standing here and we got food offerings. There's a lot of other people here from the other side. It is true. Because you know why? That story started from a long time ago because people saw that. They saw our spirit people show up, they'll be sitting here. It doesn't happen all the time. It could happen 10 years ago. But that 10 years, that vision is still here with us. So when we do something, especially doing a Sundance, the old people will come. When you do a sweat 4 days before the sunrise, you call on them. And I always tell the people, I always take money and give them to be careful because our relatives are here too. And I'm going to tell you one story why I'm saying this. My sister was a Catholic. Her husband would not allow my sister to come to the sweat, to the feast or Sundance. You stay away from Mgbhlm. You stay away from your brother's gathering. I don't want you to go over there. I don't want you to ever go there. And here, my brother-in-law had diabetes, and he was really sick. So I bought some medicine. I sent it to him. He wouldn't drink it, and a month later he died because the doctors couldn't save him. He had really bad diabetes. Not that I would say that would save him, but at least if he drank, maybe he would have felt better for that day. So my sister had to live with that for a number of years. She was afraid to come to our Sundance, even after my brother-in-law passed away. And then one day we were sundancing, and the first day in the afternoon, somebody, the helpers come up to me. Because she's outside her, she wants to talk to you. She's afraid. She doesn't want to come close to the Sundance. Oh, I said, go smudge her down, bring her. So bring her to the teepee. So I thought, we smudged her down, brought in, and she started crying. She started bawling. I'm afraid. Well, why am I here? I'm afraid to be here. So I didn't say anything. And she kind of just talked and talked. I said, I'll get the ladies to talk to you. Maybe you can talk to the old ladies at Sundance and stuff like that, helpers. So they spend the afternoon with her and Mgbhlm, the evening, say, I'm going to Sundance and I'll come tomorrow. I'll get all my stuff ready. And here next morning she showed up because we sweat before at sunrise. We sweat. All the people were there ready to go, and she showed up. So she took all her stuff in because we're going to smudge it down. We went in and we sweat. Everybody left. I was sitting inside the sweat, and I usually sit in the sweat for a while, but they called me out. Dashing grandma, somebody wants to talk to you here. I went out and here, my sister, she still had her sweat clothes, everything on. She was just looking at me like really serious. I said, Mgbhlm, what were you doing in there? What were you doing inside that lodge? I saw you. I saw all those magic. Are you using magic? Are you using electronic? What are you using with all those lights going all over it? And I didn't know what to say. I said, all those little lights are just lighting all over the place. What kind of magic are you using? He said. And my answer was, I had to laugh because I knew the old people came. I was so happy that I couldn't do nothing, but yet the old people came and blessed her. They showed themselves to her that they were there. So they made a believer out of her. Mitashi, they came. I said, they came to show you because you're really hurting. They give you faith now. She dances every year. She helps all the time. She's so happy. So these are mysteries that I can tell you lots of things, little things that matter so that we can have these kinds of things in our community so that we have things like this that we can come to. It is so important that we carry this, we encourage ourselves up and support each other. I shouldn't be doing Sundance. You know why? I was a drunk. I was a no good guy. But what happened? 38 years later, and I'm here and I'm still alive, and we're getting ready to do another Sundance. That was the choice that I took to live this road as a way of life so that every year we can celebrate for our lives, celebrate with the people, our children, everybody. And I look around and I see sober. There's no alcohol or drugs at the Sundance. that's the most beautiful places that we can go to. And that's how I enjoy my life. So I wanted to, we need some people to accept these gifts. So just give me that thunder up. This one we just brought it along to pray with it. This is part of the Sundance altar. This one here. So I usually take long to get an elder to pray for the community. We can do that while we're praying or while the boys are singing. So I hope that you understand uh, what I'm going through. I'm so honored to be here. You know, some of the things that the speaker spoke was very powerful. It's so important that you respect your elders, that you help them. Go see them. Young people, they're struggling. Go see your elder. He may not talk to you. He may say, maybe he'll say, let's do a sweat and a song. But you never know what you got out of it. That's the beauty of it. We don't have to go in a sweat and see something. I'll tell, I'll tell another story, just a short one. All these drunks on the reservation, you know that, our drunks, our alcoholics, they have a heart too. They have a mind. They have a soul. Here they got together, used to fish by the lake, and here they made a sweat lodge. All the drunks went in there. They got one of them to keep the door. And these guys are regular, guys that drink every day. But they took some time out and made a lodge and they sweat. And the sweat lodge was like daylight was showing in there, and uh, and they're telling that doorman, "Hey, there's light coming down this side, light coming over here." And the doorman, "Shut up! Keep your eyes closed. You don't see nothing anyways." Okay, look up. So we're gonna sing a calling song, and then we're gonna go right into the two Buffalo songs to honor your community for what it is that we've come together here for. I'm very honored to be here for this. Uh, I, I was hoping that maybe the elders here, they're here. Maybe they can. I was hoping that we can maybe two young men can hold the buffalo up. It'd be nice in gesture for somebody to hold the buffalo. It's always important that you make the buffalo stand up. And the other thing you see, if you look at the buffalo, you put some sage on the nose, in the mouth, in the eyes. The elders told us always do that because the buffalo spirit has a lot of power. Even though it's a buffalo skull, always respect it that way. So we always put sage in the mouth and the eyes. Okay.
And again here, relatives, we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for witnessing something so beautiful, so outstanding here. As you know, this way of prayer, this way that this naturally came about somehow, as we know it, this Buffalo Nation, it has a power, it has an energy, just as this individual had spoke about. We're going to ask your relatives here to stand one more time. We have one of the relatives here locally that would like to, visitors, if you would stand just briefly here. They're going to come around and share some sweetgrass with you. And as you know, as visitors, when you come to a community, as visitors, this community here of Mosquito has always treated their visitors well. In return, somehow, those visitors, every now and again, they'll bring a gift, something so beautiful, an altar. What you've seen here was a transfer, a passing of what we call a hochoka. Something here that comes to us from the Wowaka, something sacred in this way, as this Ikchewichasha, this man here had explained. In our holy ways, we have sacred things that was passed to us, sometimes unintentionally, somehow, sometimes we could never ask for these things, but when it happens in our lifetime, it's for a purpose, as you heard his personal story. And in this way, it is always our responsibility to share history, to share Mgbhlm, where we got these things, how we made purpose of it. We must always share where we got our sources, who our teachers are, who our mentors are. None of this comes about because we say so. Nothing here should ever be made man-made. We can't do add-ons. That's how this way of life is what it's all about. But here this evening time, each of you, the way that you witnessed it here, the way that you felt it, you felt a sacred presence. You saw something truly spiritual, truly beautiful. Tomorrow, at whatever time of the day, tomorrow, whatever time, you could put it on the table, yeah, put them up here. They say that when that Buffalo Nation comes, long ago they used to say maybe all the community come forward, be around the same way that when that sacred tree comes into our communities, we dress ourselves in a good way and we're excited and we know our relative is coming. And I want to share that recommendation to your relatives locally tomorrow when those vehicles pull in with this sacred buffalo. Stand nearby wherever these pastures are, wherever this land is going to be, because we're welcoming home our relatives. We're welcoming home this prosperity, something good that's going to come. We talk about healing. We talk about recovery. We talk about the next steps as Indian people. This is the next steps. It's coming. It's here. It's now. And so In this way, we thank you, relatives that come from all throughout the territories to come and witness this time. Witnessing, as you know, is a part of our tradition for us to remember way long before cameras, way long before Facebook, way long before Twitter and TikTok. We used to spread the good word this way, was through witnessing, traditional witnessing. And so we want you to take that home in your heart, your mind, your genetic memory, your blood memory, and keep this alive to the local citizens, to you as young people. Don't be afraid to share stories of what you witnessed. Don't be afraid to share what you saw here. And somehow in our history, it's unfortunate that we still have to do these things because of the unpleasantries of the Canadian and American governments. They tried to sever this. Somehow we knew that this time would come, that our leadership and our spiritual leaders knew that we would rise. We would continue on in prosperity because this Buffalo Nation never quits. This Buffalo Nation is powerful. And like that man said, a bull buffalo will never quit. You taunt that bull buffalo, there's no stopping him. And that's the way we need to be as a people. We can't stop for nothing. We got to continue on, build our nations. And I wanted to say that much. In a little bit here, we're going to share some more speakers, I believe. We're going to go into some dancing. And traditionally, this is how we would gather, even though we're here in a hall or however it is. We would set up teepees, we would set up our encampment, and we would do this. We would feast and we'd tell stories. We'd be in the presence of elders and good people, just like as you see here, intergenerational gathering. That's how powerful that Buffalo is. He wants us to gather. He wants us to tell stories. He wants us to feel good. And so that when he comes here, he knows exactly who his relatives are. Midakuye, obanik talo, to each and every one of you. Haheche talo, midakyo asi.
Now may I add to Alexis for coming out here and honoring our nation. This was not expected. In the honoring of the blanket and to our elders, we were just actually talking about Sundance with some other knowledge keepers and how it's been years since we've had one. And I'm a true believer on reason, purpose, and for the extension to come to our nation, to build those relations. So to Charles and his family and to the Alexis Sioux Cree Nation, Panaimaya from all of us. Very humbling experience.
Dakota Nation, we're going to ask you to render us a nice upbeat song. It's kind of like a welcoming song. And now we're going to get all the people that have prepared their regalia, donned their regalia, and we're going to dance around this arena, have a celebration. Today I witnessed something that I will treasure also. So with that, I'm going to We're just gonna get some the dancers to get themselves ready. Maybe you can start making your way at the bottom here. He would know Humagantik, Pata Mega Notes. We still go to Uparsi, Mo, Higipe, Juanita, Chigitle, Tegon Istanoa, Skuman, and Kanegiawe. Ego Uta Pascomos, Katelueta, Hikta, Kamamo India, Kaganawa Smagia, Ego Pascomos. We will use this animal to keep this area. It'll be our protector. So at this time, we're going to ask Dakota Nation, sing us a nice intertribal song. Open dance floor. Everybody that wants to come and dance, you don't have to have a regalia to come and dance. Calling all dancers, come forward. Hey-ya, hey-ya. One of the songs that was composed by my brother Rod Hunter for late Chief John Snow. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the words mean, come with me, my friend. Let's share good blessings with each other. Looking good, dancers, looking good. Hey-ya, hey-ya. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful, beautiful. We're going to go with Mosquito Juniors now. Come forward, your dancers. You're listening to Mosquito Juniors, about fourth generation singers here, these young men. I'm going to turn the mic over to my co-MC here, Elmer Valentine.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to come in at this time, this is intertribal, so you can come and join in, enjoy the song, enjoy the dance. Come on in, our stomach. Woo-ha. Thank you very much, Mosquito Junior. We move on to Two Nations. You're on the air. Here is Mosquito Reservation, Two Nations, intertribal time once again. Mgbhlm, whatcha? Whoop-ha. Come on in, dancers. We got two more songs to give you, then we're going to go into some of the specials that we have here in regards to the dances that we're going to be introducing to the community. And thank you all for coming here once again this afternoon and into this evening. And we're going to be carrying on with the agenda as the time goes. Okay, dancers, that's your style. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join in. It's intertribal time here at Mosquito with the Bearhead Lead Man, First Nation, stomach. Whatcha? you very much, Two Nations, for that intertribal Young Eagle Cree from Strickland Lake First Nation. We're going to be asking you at this time to render a song, Intertribal Time. All the way from Sturgeon Lake, Saskatchewan, uptown Sagay Gani. Aboy sa Nigamo.
Chief Sylvia, we can get you to come up here, Chief Sylvia. And Dasher Hubbard.
Come on in, dancers. That's the big dancer style. Hoo-cha, hoo-ha, hoo-cha. Hey, beautiful dancing we have here this evening, here in the community of Mosquito. Thank you all for coming out once again. Hoo-cha, hoo-cha, hoo-ha.
Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah.
Thank you, Young Eagle Cree. Thank you very much. We got us a whistle call. Whistle call number 1. Come forward, people. Come forward. Hee-yah, hee-yah. Hey, Mimi. Hey, Mimi. Whistle call number 3. Hee-yah, hee-yah. Whistle call number 4. Hee-yah, hee-yah. Come forward, dancers. Hee-yah, hee-yah.
At this time, we're gonna get our whistle carriers, do the appropriate protocol there, and I'm gonna maybe ask them to come forward and share a few words.
Hamidakyapi na pechuzapalo. Tatanka Hokshila Hemelo. I come here this evening time as an invite here from our council members and our chief, our Itancha. In this way of this celebration and this reuniting of the Buffalo Nation, there was songs and there was dances. And tonight we shared with you some of the modern and contemporary dances that we see. But many of you know and you heard of a time prior to what we know modern and contemporary power. This dance that I share here this evening is what we call the Tatanka Kipha Wachi. It's the buffalo dance. My dad was one of our last surviving society members in our homelands, in a reservation of the Standing Rock Lakota tribe. And we come from the Hunkpapa people, all lineage to Tatanka Iodaka, our great leader, Sitting Bull. Today, I was asked to come and share a little bit of knowledge about this buffalo dance. Sometimes we don't see it every day. A lot of times we don't see it at our modern day powwow celebrations. But I wanted to convey a message in the same spirit, the same intent as my relative here before us. He spoke about where we get things. You must tell where you get things from. We can't just make it up. We can't just look at
someone and say, I want to do that. So today, I wanted to just say thank you to our singers. The song is what invokes and brings all this spiritual life, our human life together. The things that you witnessed here was the transfer of this buffalo skull, this hochoka, so that it's not just humans and the four-legged. Something needs to be the one that goes between that. Something needs to help us to interpret from human to four-legged. Some of us, through ceremony, through prayer, we might be able to understand that. Some of us will spend the rest of our lifetime trying to understand what that means. But it's really about a lifeline. And when you dedicate, you commit yourself to prayer and these wulwakan, these holy ways, nothing is impossible. All things are possible through prayer. And I want to say that here in a humble way to all of you is to continue to inspire your children to speak these languages, to speak and sing these songs, and to continue to feel good about being your own tribal self. Don't let nobody tell you you're different or that you don't belong or you don't have a way of life. These are the things that our old people, our ancestors lived for, the things that they shed their blood for, and the things that sometimes they gave their life for. Today, to have feathers, today, to have the ability to be able to speak, to have a celebration like this is really a great blessing. Elders and our ancestors, they had something so powerful, and we get to live that, we get to breathe that every day. I wanted to go ahead and say thank you to the council, to each one of you. In this way that we bring these society dances back. In the Haluska, or the Omaha Wachi, we would see the grass dance. Tonight, I want to invite our grass dancer, Bert Benson, to come on out here. And if we have any other grass dancers, maybe I know Tuffy, he's part of the society at home. Maybe you could come forward. Junior MacArthur, Stephen, some of you that carry this grass dance way. When we come from the Omaha people, they shared that grass dance with the Lakotas. They shared that with us. We went and we purchased that dance and we shared it. We took it home. We adapted it and we brought it to what you see today, a very intertribal place. But there's a lot of us that understand that the whistle, the shihio tanka, there is a very special meaning. I will share with you that I used a wooden whistle here tonight. These bone whistles, they don't belong in public, only in our Sundance lodges. And so we wanted to remind the people that there is a bone whistle that is used for healing and the sacred ways. When you want to use a whistle in here, you use something other than an eagle bone. You could use a bone of a goose or some other animal. You could use wood, but never eagle bone in these social celebrations. It's never clean enough for an eagle bone, never clean enough. And so in this way, I want to bring forward Bert Benson, as he was invited to come and dance. He's from down the road over here. He's been dancing ever since, I think there was dinosaurs still alive back then. And I remember coming to Canada in the 1980s, and Bert Benson was dancing grass dance then and has never changed his style. I think he still has some of the same outfit. He smells real ancient here tonight, but I'm real happy that he could share a rendition. He went out and he made a style. He went out and he showed the world his rendition of grass dance. And he was around the times when you had to have bells, you had to have a special way. And I'm glad that he never detoured from that. Even when he got older, he still wears bells. Long time ago, that was how you were seen as a man, is by of your bells. If you could have good bells, that meant that you had good teachings, you were wealthy, and grandma appreciated you. If you didn't have good bells, well, then you probably had big ears because grandma would come and take you off the dance floor. She would drag you off by your ears. So it looks to me that Bert has small ears, so we're happy for him. So in this way, relatives, maybe one of the set of singers here will go two starts. Bert is still an avid smoker, and we don't want to play him out, and we don't want to have to call upon that Buffalo Spirit to do doctoring right away. We just kind of want to ease into it here. So, but some of the grass dancers, Tuffy, come on out, Junior, maybe. I know some of you carry a grass dance way. Some of you, Stephen, our moccasin maker, come and stand here. And if the song moves you, go ahead, break into it. All right? Don't hold back. And I know your wives aren't here, so you can't show off, but just kind of go along with it, okay? And they said that grass dancer, when he dances, he emulates the wind, the prairie wind, the grass blowing in the wind. So at least some of you out there, if you're not in regalia, just kind of move about like this, all right? Just kidding. We'll get the people, the relatives, to make wind noises, and then you can kind of just move. All right, here we go. It's grass dance time. We'll go over here to the Mosquito Juniors. I used to introduce them over 25 years ago. Different guys sitting there, but I'm happy a new generation of singers is here. And so, Tuffy, thank you for coming forward and helping us out. Here we go, singers. It's grass dance time. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? How about a big round of applause to our grass dancers here on a beautiful evening of song and dance, a great tradition. Sit back here now. Whoa, hatchet. Hey, one more time, put your hands together for our singers and our dancers here on a beautiful celebration night. Thank you, Junior MacArthur, Stephen Redmond, Tuffy Helgeson. These guys are some premier grass dancers. Some still actively dance. Some are part of our whistle carrier societies. But we're going to go back upstairs here. We got some speakers we're going to introduce, and we're going to feature some of our other dancers intermittently through the rest of our program here. But we'll turn it back up here to Vern Chokin.
Thank you very much there. Now we're going to be introducing Chief Sylvia Weenie and Tasha Hubbard. They're going to be talking about the Buffalo Treaty and how this Buffalo came about with the Elk Island. So whoever's going to be talking first.
Thank you. Sami na hatsio, muy Pinoys, muy Pinoys. I won't take up too much of your time. One of the things that I wanted to gagayasi when we'll go a little bit faster. So I said how this thing came about was a couple of years ago. I went to Wanascaling to witness a Buffalo Treaty signing, and I was really moved by it because my daughter had already introduced me to the Buffalo Society that they were going around signing the treaty with the Buffalo. And I went over there to witness it, and I invited the organizers to come to Sweetgrass to come and do the Buffalo Treaty signing over there. So about in August, I believe, we had a powwow that was sponsored by BATC, and Sweetgrass First Nations hosted the powwow. And I think many of you might have witnessed the Buffalo Treaty signing, and it was very moving, very, very moving. And the people that were there, it was an extremely hot day. And I remember when we danced in, they did the Buffalo song, and when we danced in, there was some cold air that just blew right around the arbor, and it was just very, very profound. I was really moved by that, and I knew the spirit of the buffalo was there to bring his blessings. And that's what I wish for all our nations in our communities, surrounding communities here, to bring back the buffalo. And that is one of the main reasons why I really pushed to try and get our nations to come together to sign the Buffalo Treaty. And as a tribal council, we fully support to honor, respect, revitalize the immemorial relationship that we have with the buffalo. And we believe in bringing the buffalo back into our home territories to live amongst us like Creator intended. So with that, all the 7 nations of the Battleford Agency Tribal Chiefs, BATC, we got together and we signed the agreement, the Buffalo Treaty Agreement. And there was 2 other First Nations that came forward and signed the treaty with us as well. And that was Waterhen and Enoch First Nation. So we were truly honored to have other leadership step up and come and do the Buffalo Treaty signing. But with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to my niece here, Tasha Hubbard. She's done a lot of work with the buffalo. She did a documentary with the buffalo. She wrote a book all about the buffalo. And I believe that the past years, she's followed the buffalo and pretty much slept out in the pasture just to observe the buffalo. And she's our buffalo woman. And she's from, I'm proud to say, she's a member of the Stony Knoll First Nation. So here you are.
Thank you. That's okay. Good evening. Yes, my name is Tasha Hubbard. My mother's Donna Panay from Papixis. My dad is Albert Angus from Gunner Child. And I bring greetings from Dr. Leroy Little Bear, who's the author of the Buffalo Treaty. The Buffalo Treaty came out of years of buffalo dialogues throughout the Blackfoot Confederacy. They brought together their elders and storytellers and anyone who wanted to come and told stories of the buffalo. And we're reconnecting and repiecing together that knowledge and history for themselves. They'd always leave a chair open for the buffalo to be a part of those dialogues. And during that time, the elders said, if we want to bring them back, we need to work together, not just amongst ourselves, but with our brothers and sisters who are also buffalo people. So they sent runners out, and in 2014, 8 nations signed: the Blackfoot Confederacy, Tsuut'ina, Fort Belknap, Fort Peck, and the Confederated Salish Kootenai. I started helping in 2015, and Fort Peck was the gathering that I was the host for the gathering. And since then, we're looking at 40 nations have signed. As far south as Texas, we have some Woodland Cree who are planning on signing this year from northern Alberta. We're going to have our first in-person Buffalo Treaty Gathering since 2019, and Fort Belknap has stepped up to host that. So I'll invite you to that. It will be the third week of September. We do have a website, buffalotreaty.com, that you can look at. I want to also acknowledge a bit about the history of the buffalo, and so as mentioned, I haven't quite written a book, but I did a dissertation on our buffalo stories, buffalo art, and the history. And I want to share with you the origin of the buffalo that are going to be coming here tomorrow. So a lot of my research was about the dying days of the buffalo, and I read hide hunter diaries and other accounts of what that was like. And at the time, at the end of the slaughter, estimates are possibly as low as 250 were left. And most of these were orphan calves that had been captured by former hide hunters who were cattle ranchers who wanted to try and interbreed them to make their cattle, because cattle didn't adapt well to this place, and so they were trying to use them for that. But there were several groups of our own people that knew what was happening and tried to save the buffalo. In 1873, a man from the Confederated Salish Kootenai tribes had a dream, and he dreamt that his people should go over the Rocky Mountains into Blackfoot territory and bring calves over the Rockies. Eventually, his son carried out that dream and went and got calves and brought them over. And that family, Aratiche and Ladatiche, his son, cared for those calves. A man who was related to the family sold the herd on them while they were gone. And the herd ended up in the hands of two men, Michel Pablo and Charles Allard, who were married into the reservation and who were cattle ranchers, but they decided to take on this buffalo herd, and they eventually grew that herd to over 800 animals, and they were free. The Kootenai Salish, if you've been down to that territory, it's a large reservation, and that buffalo were able to run. And what I was told by the granddaughter of Michel Pablo is that someone always stayed with that herd. Someone always made sure that they didn't leave the boundaries of the reservation, because if they did, they'd be killed. They'd be killed by the settlers who were coming in. So for many years, for several decades, they cared for that herd. And then in 1904, the Dawes Act imposed private property on over 100 reservations, forcing them to lose their land base. This was going to happen on that reservation. So the only owner still alive was Michel Pablo. He tried to sell them to the US government because he knew that they were going to lose that land. And they did. They lost 2/3 of their reservation land base. The US government wouldn't buy it. And someone from Canada was working down there, heard that, and convinced the Canadian government to purchase the herd. Michel Pablo said it's going to take 3 weeks to round up these animals and ship them up to Wainwright. That used to be the military base there, used to be the National Buffalo Park. It took 3 years because buffalo don't herd. There's stories of cowboys falling asleep in their saddles after 3 days trying to get these buffalo onto these rail cars. But eventually they did. The fences in Wainwright weren't ready, so they sent the first groups up to Elk Island, which had existing fences. And then eventually the fences were finished at the National Buffalo Park near Wainwright, and the rest were shipped there. What I was told was that the park staff at Elk Island didn't really want to send all of the buffalo back over to Wainwright like they were told. So they kept 50. And they said, oh, we can't catch those buffalo, they're in the trees. Officially, that's the word. They couldn't catch them, but I was told they didn't try very hard. So all of the animals that have come to Canadian First Nations have come from Elk Island at different times, as we've heard. Some of us have had buffalo for decades, and some are getting them tomorrow and in the future. But they're all based from that 50, and they all come because of that dream. And so I just wanted to share that these are really special animals. And in 2016, I filmed 87 of them being taken back to the birthplace of their ancestors. And that herd runs free down there, almost free. So thank you so much. As I mentioned, I'm a filmmaker. I'm making a documentary about the buffalo. I spent the last year and a half with them. The film will come out in 2024, and it's inspired by singers. It's inspired by the songs that we sing. So it's called Singing Back the Buffalo. So I'll let people know when it comes. So thank you so much to leadership, the elders, the singers, the dancers, and all of you here. And thank you for listening.
Beautiful, beautiful history. At this time, we're going to acknowledge the ladies. We're going to ask all the ladies come forward. And usually, like I've known Donnie as a dancer for many years, and he usually has a roach on. But today he told a story about big ears, and he said, "I don't want people to see my big ears because I didn't listen either." No, I was kidding. But anyway, we're going to get our woman to come on out there. We're going to ask you get a song by Two Nations.
All the women categories, come on out. We're kind of on a reduced time here, so we were going to do individual categories, but we have a new updated plan. Chico has to go to bed by 10, so we're trying to finish things up here early. But all of the female categories, come on out. We have our traditional dancers, our jingle dress dancers, our shawl dancers. Come on out. Yeah, these are some of the local inspirational dancers. Some have gone from local dancing to global dancing. Some have represented at a national level, international level. And tonight we celebrate here this beauty of dance. And these are the things that have taken care of us since the beginning of time. They told us when we were able to dance, when we were able to adorn the street, something good about that. There was something that empowered us. And anyone that has ever danced, you'll know that dancing can really bring about some healing. It can really bring about something good for all of us. And a lot of us, we all have stories of trials and tribulations, hurts and pains. But when you're out here dancing, those things all kind of become minimized, and we feel good when we're in our regalias. And so that's how each of these individuals feel. And historically, we've always celebrated through dance. And so these are the ways that we emulate to the Creator. This is the way that we emulate to those spiritual beings that we're happy to be alive. We're grateful that we could dress ourselves in this way. And so we tell our own stories, our own journey, our own perseverance, and our own celebration. And so we celebrate our women here collectively. Each of these young people, each of these individuals, they represent a family, they represent a nation. And today they dance as a continuation of what they saw. They dance in a continuation of what their grandparents, their parents had shown them. Many of them are now mothers. Many of them have given life, and they brought life back here to this arena that gives us life. And so tonight we celebrate our women through dance, through the celebration of life. And we're going to go down here to Two Nations, 2 times through, gentlemen. Let's get them dancing. Here we go. Let's bring them on with a big round of applause. Mosquito. Big round of applause. Here we go. Big Beautiful song, beautiful song. Gentlemen, relatives, let us rise as we honor all of our women. Let us rise, friends and relatives, as we honor the woman nation, our women, our life givers, our matriarchs. We celebrate through song, we celebrate through dance, a continuation of who and what we are as Native nations, tribal nations. Here we go. Hey, Representing intergenerational legacy, intergenerational pride. Yeah, yeah. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our women dancers here. Thank you. And many of you know these folks. I didn't get all of the names, and so we won't mention any names, but you all know who these folks are. We're going to go down over here to the next group of singers. I'm going to ask you singers to get a shake song ready, a sneak up song as we bring forward our warriors. We're going to ask all of our warriors to come on out. Our fancy feather dancer, our grass dancer, if we have a chicken dancer, our men's traditional dancer, our warriors. We're going to ask you to come on out. And amongst us here, we also, as we acknowledge some of the individuals that have danced grass dance and different ones that have represented great histories, as we call forward the men's dancers here tonight, there's somebody that just walked in the door that I want to acknowledge here, one of my longtime brothers, one of my longtime individuals that helped to put Saskatchewan power dancing on the map. Ladies and gentlemen, a long-time champion dancer, now doing some other things in his life, helping and protecting and promoting dance culture history. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause to Jason Daniels? Here he is over here, ladies and gentlemen. Long-time champion dancer, multi-time world champion at Skimitzen, at the Gathering of the Gods, Gathering of the Nations. And I think he even won Pheasant Rump Power one time. I think he did, yeah. But in a good way, you know, that dancing spirit has taken care of us for a long time. And we talk about warriors. We talk about warrior nations. And this next song these gentlemen are going to bring forward to you is about that tradition and that history. We talked about the Ocheti Shakoi, the people of the Lakota nations. And as being warriors, they told us our initial, when we were born, we were asked to do three things. Three things as warriors, as men, as we touched up. They said your first role and responsibility is to always defend. Your second role is to always protect. And then your third role for the people and the community is to always provide. Those are the three things that you had to do as a man, as a warrior. Many of you here, those are simple teachings, but same time, they are very hard. They're hard to do, they're hard to live, they're hard to maintain. So in this way, we ask these men here to tell a story of a great tradition, of a warrior legacy. As you know, as the Lakota people, we took on the U.S. government, we took on the U.S. Army, the most powerful army in the world, never been defeated until they met the great Lakota nation. And their day came, a man by the name of Custer, he was sued. We were victorious. We're the only nation of people on God's green earth to ever be victorious over the U.S. Army. So, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause here? Sound your drums, gentlemen, here on behalf of our warriors. And this is the dance that we asked these gentlemen to share with you. This was a dance shortly after the Battle of Little Bighorn. This was the song that they danced. Many would say that they danced in victory. They carried scalps of some of those troops. They carried scalps of some of those cavalry members. And they carried sometimes some of the tunics and things that these army men would wear. And they danced in victory. And so tonight, we ask these men, these warriors, and any of you out there that want to share in this great tradition and this great history. Some of you men as singers, some of you that carry on those traditions of hunting, being able to provide and protect for your people. We're going to ask you during this dance here to war hoop once in a while. Akisha, let the people know. Sagwe, let to know these dancers are doing something good for all of us in regards to preservation of our history. Let us dance, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go down here to the drum. I believe these gentlemen come to us from the Sturgeon Lake First Nation. Anytime you're ready, gentlemen, shake them up. Warrior song. Here we go. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, what an outstanding time here. And again, thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you to our singers. Thank you, dancers. I believe that completes the showcase here tonight. And before we finish out, I know for some of you, you're going to stay by. You're going to sing some Go Hominy songs. We got lots of program yet to come. So don't be trying to go home right away. We still got lots of stuff happening here tonight. Let's turn on over here to Elmer to take us into our next part of our agenda.
A big round of applause to Donnie Spidell for doing all the powwow for us and all our singers that are here, our drum group. Part of our ways is trying to show young people our ceremonies, our songs, so that we have the next generation that's going to carry those ways. And part of that is prayer. I know a lot of our ceremonies that were part of our communities, our different tribes, even right across the medicine line, and also here. We encourage our young people. We use social media as part of that nowadays. We know things on Facebook. We know TikTok is part of that. And one individual, a young fella, has become famous over the past several years in regards to using TikTok or Facebook as a medium. So you were honored to have him here this evening. He's going to do a song for us, and one song in particular that's made him famous. So we're going to ask the young fella, Chubby Cree, to come up here, and we're going to have you sing a song here. Ustam, come on over. Yeah, we got it, yeah. So, like I said, we want to showcase our young people. We had a fancy dancer that was here. We had that young man also in front of this drum here, dancing as hard as he could to try to show his best to dance the spirit that he was feeling around the drum and also the song. So everybody knows who he is. This guy is even known worldwide. He's been all over the place. We'll get you up here, okay? We'll give you a microphone. Somebody can hold that for you. I think Grandma, is it? Yeah, Grandma's here. Grandma accompanies him everywhere he goes. And Grandma, I think, has been the teacher over the years. So we want to thank Grandma for doing all of that. And also all the grandparents that are out there that do that. Grandma's going to hold it right there. We want to thank all our traditional knowledge keepers that teach these songs so that our younger generation can carry it on. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce to you the one and only Chubby Cree.
Hello, everyone.
Dakota Nation, you stay there.
I had to say a few words for my baby here. I've been teaching him how to sing, how to drum since he was 8 months old. You can accomplish anything you want in life as long as you set your mind to it. I got a whole bunch of them. His younger brother's 6, his older brother got a whole drum group at home that all sing and drum. They're all younger than him, a couple older than him. But I was taught by my great-grandparents, my grandparents, their siblings, my aunties, my uncles. One in particular, my great-grandfather. He was 99 years old. I was 5. He told me, in the future, you're going to sing because we're going to teach you. The reason why is because we want you to inspire the children and women in your future. Why? Because it's the only time our world's going to heal is if women and children sing on a drum. Never fear the drum, for the women made it. He said, and always step forward, never go backwards. So that's what I do. He knows how to, this guy here, he knows how to dance. He's a traditional dancer. He's a singer, he's a cook, he cleans, he smudges, he prays for people. And I'm so thankful and proud for every time he sings, for my hair stands all the time. So without further ado, okay.
All right. Big round of applause for Chubby Creek. Thank you so much for coming out here to our celebrations, the coming home of the buffalo. Part of all this ceremony also is things that we've adopted over the years. Ceremonies that have come from different tribes, knowing that intertribal is a big part of indigenous people within Turtle Island. And over the years, like we see around here, the round dance is something that we had last night. This is something that showcases what Cree people believe in and also the ancestral part of doing things. And also the sun dance was part of our communities also, the ghost dance, the chicken dance. We had all those ceremonies that were part of that. But with the coming of the white man, as we know, when we talk about the buffalo, how they disappeared at the same time, it wasn't only the fact that they were slaughtered. A lot of our old people tell the prophecy that the buffalo came back to the people and told them, we're going to go and we're going to disappear for a while. We're going to go Iwikitaupiak. Some of the people that tell that story, the elders, they went under into the lake. There's one that you pass over on the way this way from where I came from is Red Berry Lake. There were stories that were part of that. And at the same time as that buffalo, as he went into the lake, he turned around and he told the people that one day I will return. I will come back to you. I will come as I promised the Creator that I would provide a home for you. I promised the Creator that I would provide clothing for you. I promised the Creator that I would have food for you, your children, grandchildren, and many generations to come. With the Buffalo Treaty being signed with the different First Nations right across the United States and Canada, that's part of coming together again, once again, and making sure we talk about resiliency. Resiliency that our old people, our ancestors, never gave up the hope, the faith, and also making sure that it was kept alive. Those are the words that our old people use as part of that. And part of that also is there was a prophecy that down south, that something was going to come up this way. I heard an old man one time up in Yellow Quill, Nut Lake, talking about going by the lakeside. There he used to sit as a little boy and he would hear this drum at the bottom of the lake with a fast beat. And also there was song that was coming up as part of that. So after the ceremony, as he participated in the peyote ceremony, he told us, as the people that were there, he said those little people, they had medicines also. What I heard last night is some of the songs that I heard when I was younger, when I was by that lakeside. And he said the story was told that something was going to come of great power, of great medicines, that was going to come and help our people also at the same time because of what the impact that we had within the First Nations in Canada and also in the United States. So there's stories in regards to Native American Church, Grandfather Peyote, this holy sacrament. As part of that, that a young lady with child during turmoil of all the things that were happening went and fasted. And within that fast, he had a vision of something telling her, as you awake, because she had no more to give to her child, no more to give to herself. And she said, as she was told, as you awake, you'll see I'm going to be there for you. This holy medicine spoke to her. This holy medicine told her, I am going to help you. I'm going to help your child to get your health back. Get back on that red road that we talk about. You're going to take this sacrament and you're going to take it back to your people.
So it came this way also, 1956 in Battleford, because of some of the misconceptions around peyote, that holy medicine. All the government officials came. They sat with Frank Takesagun, who was the president at the time of Native American Church of North America, and also some of the locals around this area. George Baptiste was one of them, and others that are part of Mosquito, this community. Lightfoot was part of that too. So with that, there was legalization, that there was an understanding under the Charter of Rights of Canada, freedom to religion allows all of us, everybody in this room, to pray freely the way you want, without anybody interfering in what you're trying to do. Part of that teaching comes from the old people, respect. We respect each other's belief and practices. So today, I'm going to ask members of Native American Church to come forward. We're going to be singing some songs for you that are church songs. They're ceremonial songs that we use. We call Native American Church of Canada. We have our own local chapters within our own communities, but we have a larger entity that represents Canada. There's membership right from BC all the way across Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and also North America and Mexico itself. So we use instruments that are part of this way of ceremony. We have our staff, we have our drum, we have our rattle that we use as a way of prayer. So we're going to ask 4 individuals to sing. We're going to ask Brandon first to sing. Darwin is going to sing next. I'll have an opportunity, and also Lionel. Okay? So with that, we ask you to bear with us as we do this as part of it too. Peyote members, Native American Church members, if you want to come forward also to help us out. When we talk about the coming of the buffalo, coming home back to us, this is some of the teachings that we have around this fireplace also. As we pray the 4 directions to the north, the buffalo spirit, we always acknowledge the buffalo spirit. We always acknowledge the fact that he's one of our deities. He's a keeper, some say babysitters, that we use within our ceremonies to make sure that we can carry on our way to the next generation. Every morning I wake, I always say that to the buffalo spirit. Say na peomustos, timagno nan, anano sim nan, tawasim nan, tanskutapa nan, wistagat tapo games. Katapuageta kama utawino semantu gagistawistamas kapik siwata toya. Those are the prayers we render as part of this way also. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brandon.
Hey, Testing, 1, 2, there we go. We want to thank you very much for giving us the time, Native American Church of Canada. We have membership that are right across Canada, Turtle Island, into the United States, into Mexico. Membership count right now in Laredo, Texas,
having their midwinter conference, which is part of Native American Church in North America. We elect officials that represent certain areas, Canada, United States, and also local chapters that are there. Mgbhlm to gather together to discuss the peyote itself, the legal part of all the things. We're the only ones that are allowed, if you have a membership, to cross the border with that holy medicine, and we bring it across the border, and also to purchase. White people don't have that privilege. They're not, actually, it's illegal for them to use or partake even in ceremonies. So just so people know that it's a formally organized church organization here in North America and also into Mexico.
I like to thank the NAC for beautiful songs here. At this time, we're gonna ask Gina Potts if you're still around. And we're gonna ask the Kahominy singers, JR, to come and get ready. In the middle here, we're gonna have some Kahominy songs, and we're gonna have an honoring giveaway, and then a victory song from Nakota Nation. There's a white SUV parked on this side. No, you can't use your finger. White with your lips. You did. Gina Potts. Okay, she's being interviewed, but JR, we can get yourself ready. You're gonna go get the drum. I don't know if there's any more food. So we're gonna get the Kahominy here. I'm gonna ask my little brother Donnie to explain the Kahominy. Did that last night. I mean today, last night also. So JR is gonna get his drum.
Thank you, Vern. What a nice evening here, kind of a nice cultural exchange and taking us through kind of a part of history through sharing these songs, these dances that are customary here to us here, this territory, this region. And we talk about a resurgence, a coming back of ways that may have gone dormant. And somehow, when we talk about a state of dormancy, it doesn't mean that it's put away forever. It just means it's held in keeping until the proper time when it's ready to come back. So, as I was told in our area of this new modern time of present day Pheasant Rump, White Bear, down in the area of the Mgbhlm Nakota people, they revived and they maintained the tradition of this Kahominy dance. And it had a very formal etiquette, it had a very formal way, much like this northern round dance that we see. There's a lot of prayer, there was a lot of feasting, there was formal start songs, there was a formal way that that was conducted. There was a lot of custom things that were said and done. And last evening when we had the round dance, we kind of did a blend. And as you know, Mosquito, Grizzly Bear's Head, Lead Man, there's a blend of people, blend of culture here. And trying to maintain, not to kind of shy away from each other's traditions. We started to blend. We're starting to talk about that openly again through the school, through the efforts of a lot of these cultural preservationists, people that want to preserve the culture, the history, a way of life, so that the next generation can have something. We started to sort that out through the stories, through the language, through the various customary practices that we have. So this Gohominy dance now has been revived. It's been revitalized down in the southern parts of Saskatchewan. And through that revitalization, Junior and the Big Stone family, the MacArthurs, a whole bunch of them, they were part of this generational preservation of songs. And this is one of the reasons the Indecha, or the Wooden Face Singers, have been asked to come here tonight. Likewise with our brothers from the relatives of the Nakota Nation to come over here from neighboring reserve of Alberta, is to share with you these social dance songs. And in this, they say that, the opening song, if you came with your partner, you came with your wife, your mahasani. In our language, we say mahasani, that person that's so special, so near, so you shared your life with them, you almost become one skin. You become one mind, one heart. That's a powerful way that the old people spoke about mahasani. So these opening songs, you could dance with your life partner, introduce and show the people you're proud of this life partner. So you can come in as a natural couple. If that's the person you spent your life with, that's the person that you cherish, you grow your home with. After that first song from there, they say maybe it becomes the woman's choice from there, because we also want to remind ourselves that we don't want to be jealous, we don't want to be spiteful, we don't want to be angry, or in the Cree language they say mitue. We don't want to be mitue. We don't be like that. And our Tanzeka, we don't want to be that way. We want to have good feelings. And so whoever that partner is, if you see them dancing, be happy for them, be proud of them. Same time as we were told last evening, when you dance as men in here, to honor that female companionship, that female love, that love that you have for these women, you don't wear a hat, you don't wear a toque, a bunny hug, a scarf, or anything. Just your humanness. Just bring your mind out here. And even if you have gray hair, or maybe you have hair that wasn't combed right, or no hair, it's okay. Take the hat off. It's all right. It's all right. And in there, tonight we're just going to give you kind of a sample, just a little bit, just to get you interested again. Last evening we were treated to some Gohominy songs. Travis Lone Thunder, on behalf of his uncles, his relatives, they kept songs of this Gohominy tradition. And we had a round of those songs. Then Pete Bigstone, he shared some songs. So years back, maybe 25, 30 years ago, the Moose Mountain Nakotas, they recorded these songs. They wanted to archive these songs that these generational singers had. And this is how we maintained these songs. Same way over in Morley, same way in all of our Nakota, our Ocheti Shakoi, we had these songs that we sung. So tonight, we're going to share with you, this is couples dancing. And some of you, last evening, we heard from some of the Cree interpretation, you might know it as the owl dance. But in this way, also, when you're out here, you can, nowadays, it's okay for those of the same gender, you can dance together. And I made a joke last evening, and it went viral. And today, the Facebook police are here, and they said, don't say jokes like that. But anyway, I said, last night, the stronger of the two dance on the outside. Anyway, and I got lit up on Facebook, so I just want Facebook world to know I didn't mean it. But Daniel Wildman made me say it. He says, here's Sunday, just say this, he said. So anyway, Tuffy, am I kind of on the right there? That's my older brother over there. He's a real historian. Me, I'm just some guy that lived in an urban setting, read a lot of books, and tried to be Indian. Wow, I'm just kidding. But but he's a real Indian. I'm him, that guy. But some of us will never claim to know anything because that's dangerous. If you say you know something, the old people will put you to work. They'll make you do something. So we're just kind of just enough to be dangerous, you know. So, but I wanted to say that we have a customary way, and tonight these singers are going to bring that spirit. They're going to bring a little bit of something to you, and you're going to feel it. A lot of you, we're not going to tell you when to come out, but we're going to ask you, invite you, bring your natural partner tonight. Work together, or even if you're related, it's okay. This first song, and then from there, it's going to be woman's choice. Okay, so all of you women, you have choice of who you want to dance with tonight. Maybe somebody don't smell right, you don't want to dance with him again. Maybe somebody smells really good, you want to dance with him again. You can do that. And then you treat each other good. You go buy a coffee. You say later on, I'll take you to Montana's. We'll have some ribs, stuff like that. But this is the way you started healthy relationships too. The old people would talk about how you cherish the females, how the men cherish the women. Women, in return, same time, honored their male partner, their male relatives. No fighting, try to get along. These are all things before the interruption, I guess, of some of our history. Sometimes the Washichula taught us bad things, and they taught us how to make our women feel subservient. It was never that way. Never that way. We never had, women were never slaves to us men. That's what we were told. We worked in partnership, we worked together. And so we try to remind us of those things here. And these are the traditions that we try to speak of. And just a short little bit, that's what I'm asking to have here tonight, to enjoy yourself a little bit. We go back here to the drum. I want to ask Junior of the Wooden Face Singers to go ahead and render some songs. And there is things that we'll share. They want to do set of. Let's just start. We'll go with one song, song by song. And visitors, don't leave. The chief says we got stuff. We got stuff. There's boxes of stuff up here, so don't leave. All right, stay around. All right, gentlemen, this is the only time tonight you can choose who you can dance with. Kirkland, bring your mama. It's okay, dance with your relatives. Show them. Show your sisters, show your aunties, show your female relatives. You love them, you appreciate them. Bring them to the dance circle. Nathan, bring your lady up. You can't be behind the camera all your life. Come on. Now, some of you that are brand new snakes, bring your brand new snake out here. Let the world know. So hominy. Every now and again, we're going to say the hominy. This means to turn your partner around in a circular fashion. Beautiful dance. Beautiful dance. Beautiful songs. Here we go, dancers. Here we go. Step to it. Here we go. How about a big round of applause? Thank you to the couples, thank you to the relatives that came out, and thank you, Wooden Face, for opening us up here tonight. Yes, those are songs of endurance, those are songs of perseverance, those are songs of survival. Some of these men will tell you that these songs could only be produced and composed with great, great heartbreak. Heartbreak will bring songs out. You see, this is comparable to the Indian blues right here. Sometimes the women also, they have endured heartbreak. They have endured the, the, uh, the unfortunate loss of a life partner or a girlfriend or an interim thing. Things when they get complicated, a female will also compose a song and she'll pass it on to her male relative and they'll sing it here at the drum. Now, my young brother there, fuel company over here, Fred Mgbhlm, he has been heartbroken 52 times in his lifetime. It started off in kindergarten, and his first love of his life took his pencil, and things just got worse from there. But he's made songs. Yes. He just said, "I give up. I'm just gonna sit at the drum for the rest of my life. I'm gonna compose songs." But these are the songs that come about because they invoke a happiness, they invoke a sense of pride, and they want to tell that good story of what it's like to have companionship. And we all know sometimes it's not always perfect. From here now, woman's choice. So you men, you can't refuse. If a woman comes up to you and wants you to dance, please honor her and dance with her. We're gonna ask you men that come to this dance arena, no hats, okay? That's old time rule. They used to have citations. People would get fined and someone would come out and they would take your hat from you and you had to buy your hat back, okay? We're not gonna necessarily do that tonight because Randy Guyak isn't on the cultural policing right now, but if he was, he could do that for us, but he's just gonna just ease into it, he said tonight. But Peter, he's also lodge keeper, and he can come forward, and he could find you. And so we've seen people pay as much as $10 for a hat back, as much as $100. It could be a lot. So if you come and dance out here, make sure you're kind of, there is some etiquette. I will try to forewarn you as we go. Junior, are we going back to you? One more song? Go back and forth. Okay. Boss, you guys ready? Boss? All right. We'll put the big drum down. But what's cool is we'll go back and forth. Maybe, I don't know, Chief, how long you want to go? Half hour, till sunrise? When? Okay. Is this the last part of our thing? Our song? Okay. So we'll go 4 songs, perhaps. We'll go 4 songs. So that was one. We'll go to Nakota Nation. We'll come back to Endecha. We have some things. We got a honor song. We got some gift giving. We got some appreciations, and then we got our brother Tuffy is gonna finish things off with a prayer to take us into tomorrow. And tomorrow again, that Buffalo Spirit, that Buffalo Nation is going to be here in person, and we look forward to that time. So the night before the arrival, we dance, we celebrate, we feel good about it. Anytime you're ready, Nakota Nation, let's get them dancing. Remember, females, it's up to you. And in the back over there, where that table is, where Vern Chokin is, he was the first to find the soup. Go on over there. Go on over there. Lots of soup. rabbit soup. I don't know, rabbit soup, deer soup, I don't know. Whatever it is. Muskrat soup. There's a ticket here, I know what it's for. There's a picture up here while the singers are getting ready. There was a donation of this nice illustrated picture. Some of you got in tickets, blue and white ticket, 732. 732 is this is the winning ticket. So if you have last three numbers on a blue and white ticket, 732, come on up here and you have yourself a work of indigenous illustrated art. Here we go. Nakota Nation, here we go. Someone come and dance with Chico, all right? Get Chico out here dancing. All right. Female relatives are going to ask you, don't be shy. Bring the dancer. Bring somebody. Someone to come and dance. My friend, take off your hat. My friend, Shakokia, Wapaha, one each. Hey, the hominy, hey, hominy, Yohana. The hominy, hey, hominy, there you go. Thank you. Let's give these dancers a big round of applause. Thank you to the singers. That's a nice song too. Thank you, Nakota Nation. All right. Quincy, he's part of the staff. Make sure you ask your lady to ask you to dance, okay? All right. And while the singers are over there, when they're not on singing duty, you can ask them to dance too. Those are some of you locals here. We're trying to promote healthy awareness of the Nakota Nation. And so some of you want to dance with some of these young warriors from the mountains. They're good shoppers. They go to Calgary every day. But if you want to dance with them, they can't refuse. So just leave one there to jump. That's all right. If you want to pick the last guy there, I'll go over there. I'll sit at the jump. All right. Anyway, we're gonna get the hang of it. It's good. It's a good feeling. We got a couple more songs of this Gohominy dance, and again, we're trying to share with you a nice way that has come back from a place that some of our elders, a place that was in the time they said we were coming out of these the banning of the outline of our traditions, and so a lot of these dances they went underground. They were seen, and we did this to keep the morale. This is what I heard from the old people. This is very similar to the round dance movement. This Gohominy way was the same way, was to help the people to stay encouraged and not to fall into a cycle of negativity or distrust in our value system. So something like that anyway, I don't know. Junior might have different words for it. But anyway. All right, Junior, here we go. I don't know if you want to go ahead and give us another song. All right, women, folks, local women, even visiting women, we're going to ask you to help us out here. Get some dancers out here on the dance floor. See that guy there? If you dance with Randy there, he'll even give you a bowl of soup. Comes with a bowl of soup. Holy smokes, Wendy, Susie, Ilya. Put somebody out here to dance. Hachadula. Let's give our dancers a big round of applause and our singers. Now hold on, gentlemen, those of you that your hats got taken here, there's a little process here we got to go through. And we're gonna ask Pete Bickstone to kind of come and share. And gentlemen here, Pete was invited here to share some of the great traditions of the Gohominy from his area. And he's brought forward his this here is revealing here what he carries, and this is what gives him the right to do what he's doing. And so he's going to explain that here tonight for all of us to understand.
Yuta Dagutia. It's when they will walk side. Then I go home. Unoa. What she means, a day, sugar, in next to me, you can have. Uspemakia between Nakahane, my great grandfather, he was a Omaha street carrier, and he was a chief, and he gave me the right to, we all, I know it's not practice here, but I like to keep it as a practice within our Nakota Nation. I don't mean to do it as a disrespect for a man that wears a hat, a man that wears a cap. But we all have to have a respect for our ladies.
There you go.
The ladies that chose us, the lady that walks with us, the lady that dances with us. To always have that pride for you to be carrying the only man that could wear a cap is a man that carries a feather in his hat or in his cap. On all other guys, all other men have to take their caps off. My grandfather told me the truth, the way. He said, you don't go and eat on a table with your cap. Never do that. You're showing respect to your grandmother, your wife, your mother, your daughters, your grandchildren, your granddaughters, that you have to have respect and have that. Take off your cap. So I always, I carry that stick with me because I want people to understand. It's okay for, I could not hear my nephew, when he's dancing around with his Paul outfit, he's got his feather ready. That shows he's a sign of a man. When you're a man, when you come out of your mother, they gave you a plume. When you become a little guy, you're tough. You earn your first feathers. And when you go into a war or somewhere you're going to steal horses, of course it's against the law nowadays, but long ago they used to go horse raiding. I guess it was a sport, but it's a dangerous sport. So you always take off your cap, paint yourself, or have somebody paint you. Your elder, you're a spiritual warrior, and you go and do those things with honor. when you come around these things here, we were taught not to wear a cap because we respect our women. We respect them so much because they give us life. When they gave us life, we didn't come with a cap. We came here as a man that cried, a man that was given the first slap by a doctor or a midwife or something, you know. It made you cry. You have tears. Maybe it's tears of happiness. But today, I took a cap from a guy, and I'm not going to find them. I just want you to, when you see this kind of thing, always take your cap off. And I'm the kind of guy that want to keep this tradition alive. The homely spirit we have, because we love our women, so we have to protect them. Because they brought us into this world to be men until we earn that feather. We don't cover that feather with our caps. And I'll ask that young fellow to come on over. When I took that first cap, I was going to charge $100 a cap, but I think there's little animals in here, so I have to give it back. It might cut up.
It's they will be tuned the channel Kanye. Snowachinka, the channel Makangewa, the Snagi Tone. It may have wagi chicken, wagi chicken. The Chaka and the Dan, the Chaga, a hoa pat the one chicken. So today, I didn't know the protocol here. Unlike other nations, we lost some of our ways. We're trying to bring back one, so I'm sorry, and next time I'll remember.
Or shall I spank him? Anyway, where did I just pull that? I took his cap from. Come and get it. It's still yours. It's moving. Might crawl up my arm with little things, eh? Come on up. Come get your cap.
Hey, we just witnessed some beautiful learnings and teachings here, and we're grateful for that. Bert Chokin, he said, for my relative, my friend from Morley, he said, I made a donation to Pete Bickstone for the teachings. I gave him on behalf of what we had observed and witnessed, a great tradition of the fining system. We used to do that a lot, and to just see a example of that is good. And then you saw two leaders, men to men, they spoke and they accepted each other in that way, and they accepted responsibility. And that's part of the teaching and the learning, is to be able to, as warriors, as men, to not get defensive, not get mad when we're reprimanded like that. And so we just witnessed that. Two grown men here that did that for us. So thank you. Pechatul, let's give our men a big round of applause. A little while ago, I thought I had the winning ticket, and I was talking about it, but here was a ticket that was given to me. Usually I'm supposed to announce it. Anyway, not the one. Here's the actual winning ticket on the blue and white. numbers here, 740. If you have the last three numbers on a blue and white ticket, 740, we do have a illustrated picture for you from our committee. So come on up here, 740 on the blue and white ticket. In the meantime, we're going to go back to Lakota Nation to get us dancing here once again. And we're looking to our females, our matriarchs, our life givers, all of our female relatives. You make this this dance floor thrive. So we're going to ask you to bring that good life. And everybody is open game. It doesn't matter if you've got crutches or a cane, if you're too proud, you're going to come out here and dance, all right? Dancing. And don't throw the tickets away. Even if you didn't win, don't get meat away. Don't get all discombobulated. Don't throw them away. Keep them. There's more prizes coming up. So here we go. Lakota Nation, Diablo. Let's get to the dance floor. Here we go. Open dance floor.
The outside there, Donnie. Hey, thank you very much, Ms. Noah. We're gonna have a special song here. Our elder Peter And I think the, what he called it, snow. They're gonna ask all the ladies, the ones that know this special song here, to lead the way. Okay, finish your stories. Just kidding. Peter, go ahead. It's snowing, huh? Snow. Snow. They want you to go sing over there. They said, we'll get some of the people that know the protocol there, Donnie, maybe Snow.
I did a little bit of a new interpretation of something I wasn't supposed to do, but it's on camera. It was for practice, so I'm just kidding. Anyway, so next year when we do this, yes, we're going to bring something back. I don't know yet what it will be, but I'll make the promise here to do that. It was a purposeful mistake, but some other gentlemen followed me along too. But I'll explain that sometime in the future. Where what we have here is something that comes to us from the people from these societies, as we talked about, before we got into the times of the state of reality we're in. We once had very beautiful societies. In some places you go, they still have active customary societies. But in this way, there was a our natural livelihood as tribal citizens of our homelands. And every now and again, these lead singers, they'll see that their songs, there's a time in the evening time, and the women, they know this song. And so we have our chief that is here, we have female council women that are here. We're going to ask you to come on out to the dance floor just to be a little bit closer to the dance arena. And those of you grandmothers, moms, aunties, young women, this is a song for you. And as it was explained to us, we heard the story of the men and the warriors. Their role that we talked about was to defend, protect, and provide. Same with our women folks. There was a place and a very strong way that we tried to maintain as traditional natural law people. And so this song is going to be sung for you. And we want to ask all of you women folks to be ready to come out here and to dance. We're going to actually, just so we get the most optimum of the song, because these songs aren't sung very often and probably hasn't been sung here for a long time, perhaps. I'm just going to ask all of you women to come out here. I invite you out here to circle up. We're going to have a big circle, all you women to come on out. And our Itacha here, our female chief, this is a time for her to wear her wapaha. And we'll ask her to bring her bonnet out here. And this comes to us from the Wategle, the songs of the time when we had women warriors. Not only our men that went out and defended our lands. Sometime we had these women that were called gatela. They were ones that actually were knife keepers, or they were the ones that brought the last strike. So in true history, the last strike when Custer came to his demise was actually a woman that took him out. It was our men that laid him down or laid him out or hit him or whatever it was. But the very last thing that happened was a woman slit his throat. And that's what happened. They came from our Kapela society. And so I want to share that with you because today we know our women, they're fierce. And we know they're fierce. But we have to continue to understand. And don't join hands. Don't join hands. This is you. You're individuals. You dance your own way. And you kind of get down in your own way, okay? This is your own interpretation to how the song feels. You guys seen this. Some of you watch YouTube. Some of you watch. Tuffy is going to show you a little bit. There's a ruffle. There's a ruffle. And you kind of dance in place. You see? Yeah, and if you can do that sacred trill, there's a lili. Some of you know that, all right? So just for practice, real quick, on the count of three, let's hear the trill, the sacred trill. 1, 2, 3. Now you see, this is why we're the fiercest nation on the planet here. Kind of spread out, make the circle full, okay? Make the circle full. Now this is the time you can ruffle your feet. So they're gonna ruffle the drum. You kind of ruffle your feet. And then when they move, when the drum gets into that beat, you kind of emulate, you move the way you want to. Show that you're proud, show that you have this pride in who you are as a woman. And this is the time you don't be shy, you kind of be proud, be prideful, because that's how we are as a people, okay? And in relation to how we are, all this oppression that has happened to our women folks, this is your time to be proud. Show the men folks how beautiful you are. Show the men folks how resilient you are. This is your dance, okay? So don't hold back, even if they can't hold back. Maybe you have a blanket for you, maybe a food, I don't know. Maybe they'll treat you real nice, I'm not sure. But before we start the song, there's going to be those 4 honor beats, those heartbeats. That's the time you can also do your lili. But before we start the song, I'm going to ask you guys to do that sacred chill again on a count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Let us rise, take your hats off. Here we go. Use the whole yeah. Try to move around a little bit. Yeah. There you go. Move around. Watch it, watch it. Here we go. What a sound. Thank you, singers. Thank you, relatives. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for all all of our women here that uphold our societies and our way of life. What a proud dance here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for sharing in these great traditions that I think our relatives, our brothers, might come and remind us of some of these great traditions. Mr. Big Stone, Junior MacArthur, my relatives, they have enough goodness to have grace for me and to share good things with me. And I'm always grateful for that because we're always learning. And as we observe, sometimes as men, it's okay to learn. It's okay to accept that we don't know everything. And it's okay for us to ask questions or to reach out to our brothers. And that's how we looked after each other. And the same with the women. That's what we see here tonight, is that our women, they uphold each other, they nurture each other, and they make each other better and stronger all the time. And what we saw here was a great, beautiful witnessing here. And I'm proud and I'm very happy to have witnessed that here tonight. And I want to say thank you to all of you for taking time to be with us, to come up here. It was something that Buffalo Nation really did for us. It brought us together this way. And these dances that you saw, this is exactly what we did at our Sundances, before Sundance, during Sundance. We would dance in victory. These were some of those beautiful dances that you would see. In our time here, we're going to continue to bring these things back. And these are the things that we don't want to leave on the shelf too long anymore. A lot of our communities, we're bringing this back here to the front and center, back here to the front. And this is how we do that, is by doing it over and over, emulating, normalizing it, making it okay for us to do this. We can't just hide it no more, and this is the message. All right, we have one more speaker here tonight. I believe, does that close out the singing for the Gahominy? Let's give our Gahominy singers a big round of applause. Wooden Face and Lakota Nation. I believe, gentlemen, there's going to be one more song a little bit later on. Maybe we'll have some closing songs. So go ahead and take a little break if you need to. Have a smoke, pass out some good things like that. But in the meantime, we have Gina Potts from the Alexis Nakota Nation that is going to bring some words of wisdom, some teaching, some thoughts. And she's been patiently waiting to be able to share her words. And we appreciate the relatives that came over from Alexis and this great sharing, this great knowledge sharing. This is what it's about. We're supposed to all be an enhancement and enrichment to each other. So what would Chicha bring forward Chicha Potts?
Aboshit me to the to evaluation. I look at some more trashka. We are a captain. Oh my gosh, a day now kitchen. Na iske up na makup to one. A come up wiginat. Na hunge kabi upabing na. Magichuchatlin. Iwa achin in his con. Iso they choose to Mazabid. Ishnish we get in Nahan in Mahina. My name is in my traditional name is Eagle Thunderhawk. And my late parents are Chuje, Joseph, and Flora Potts. And my grandparents were George and Zeta Agnes and Annie and Joseph Potts. And so as Nakota people, we always acknowledge our ancestors when we speak. So you know who I am and where I come from. And so I'm a member of the Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation. We're northwest of Edmonton. And I'm one of, my generation is the last generation of fluent Nakota speakers. And so my language is very important to me. I had to fight for my language. Even I stood up against my parents so that I would not lose my language. And today, as Chief Stone invited me to come to speak to you, I come out of respect for the people of Mosquito, Grizzly Bear, Headley Man First Nation. I come as a relative and to come and help where I can help. And I have a special message for young people. Every young person in this room, right to the youngest child. The elders and the people have stories for you. They have knowledge so that you can love who you are as a Nakota Wichita, as a Nakota person. Being Nakota, and to say we're Nakota has only been in the last 25 years. We've kept who we are very quiet, even where I'm from. And we have Nakota in our language in only one word. And that word is Nakota cha yaktik. And that means don't ever kill a Nakota. That's the only time we ever said Nakota. And the elders said that that word was given to us. It doesn't mean just to physically kill one another, but it means to spiritually not hurt each other, to not hurt each other's spirits or offend each other. It's a word that we use to demand that respect for one another. And so I share that knowledge with you, and I encourage you to embrace who you are as a Nakota Wichita. And we are part of this great nation, Tatanka Oyate, which our Lakota relatives have called the Buffalo Nations. And in Nakota, we say, we Amtashtabe. We Amtashtabe. And that means the people of the buffalo. And that's who we are. And so as a nation of buffalo, the buffalo made a major sacrifice for us. They died in the millions, as we heard. They made a major sacrifice. And I'm really honored. And I want you to know, the people of Mosquito, the elders, the chief and council, and the people, that you are doing something no other Nakota tribe has done. And that's bringing home the buffalo. And so with that, I want to hear cheers. And the men make... Now the men, the crow call. And the women. And the children. The young people and the children. We still got to work on that. So I just want to share a story, a very brief story. I don't want to take up too much time. I brought these prayer sticks, and my relative Charlie was here. I don't know if they're still here. Charlie? They left? Oh, Wanaki Nabi. That means, yes, they've left home already. But I brought these prayer sticks, this from the last Sundance we had last summer. And I want to present them to Chief Stone. And in our language, we say Honge Kebi. That means chief. The one we put there to lead us. Honge Kebi. And in our language, we say Upabing, which means stone. So Honge Kebi, Upabing na. I offer you these prayer sticks. And our relatives prayed with these last summer. And as families, we collect them. At the ceremony, there's always 104 black ones representing the West, and then 104 red ones representing the North, and 104 yellow ones representing the East, and 104 of the white ones representing the South. And so these prayer sticks are the barrier between the people outside the arbor and the dancers. And when the ceremony is done and the altar is removed and all the traditional items are brought back into the sacred area and the dancers are finished, you can wait, and the leaders there, the people can pick them. We can go and pick the sticks as a memory for ourselves. And so they were there for the whole ceremony. And my own sons, they danced and they did pierce. And so I offer them as a prayer tomorrow when they come back, when the we come home. And in your lands, we say makuche, which is the land. Makuche neni tabina, this land that belongs to you. When they come home, we offer the prayer sticks, and I leave them with your chief to take care of and to be kept in prayer. And so a lot of our people, they will put that up in their home, or they will put it up in a special place in their house, or some of them, they would travel with it on the dash to protect them always. And this morning when we left, it was snowing. And we said, we're going to be like the buffalo. We're going to go through that storm, and we're going to go and be amongst our relatives in Mosquito, because we're like that. So we are part of this land, and this land is a part of us. And we are part of the buffalo, and the buffalo is a part of us. And I apologize for speaking in English, and I'd like to speak Nakota as often as I can. And if I said something out of disrespect, I apologize, because that's not my intent. Unfortunately, sometimes when we communicate, we have to do it in English. But just briefly, before I go, I want to explain, I have a medallion here. And this medallion, I commissioned medallions made for the drummers at the Sundance that we were at last summer, because we have to respect everybody who's been involved in that circle. And so I had these medallions made, and the medallion shows 7 teepees. And of the whole number of medallions I had made, this one had a red teepee. And so I kept this one for me. But it represents the 7 councils of the sacred fire, which are all the Sioux tribes, the Lakota and the Nakota and the Dakota people. And one year, when Standing Rock was happening and our people were fighting for water is life, my sons went there. And when my sons got there, they were honored. They were received with a high respect. And they told them, we've been waiting for you, Northern Dakota people, to come, because they couldn't have the fire of the councils of fire. They couldn't have it without the Dakota people. And so our tribes have always known to be at the end of all the other tribes. And so if you look at where we are as Nakota nations, we're far out, right from the Rockies. My people too are like Mountain Dakota or Northern Dakota. We're right up in the Rockies. Same with the people from Bighorn and Morley. And we call them Minisni Wichishtabe, people of the cold waters, because they're near the mountains where the water is very cold. And so we've always been on the outside of the larger nation, and that's who we've been. And it's a pleasure to be in this circle, because back in the late 1990s, when I was a young technician, there was a gathering of Nakota nations in our traditional territory near Jasper National Park. And at that gathering, our Nakota nations made a declaration. And this declaration, I hand wrote it. All those who attended signed it. And my dad, who was an NGO, a non-governmental official, brought it and had it registered with United Nations in Geneva. And the leaders and the elders said at that time that we agree, this declaration, that we will support each other. We will support each other socially, economically, as government, as people, to preserve who we are as people. And so today is a witness to that. And so once again, let's have a great big crow yell, and for all the women, for the people of Mosquito, because they're bringing home the buffalo. And this is something that's it's a remarkable achievement of all the Nakota nations. And so I just had to be here to witness this gathering today. Ishnish Chigebi to Soza, I give you thanks all, and stay well. Ishnish. The other thing I was going to teach, I asked Chief Son if I can, is when we say Isoza Isto Chumazabi, that's in our language, that means to shake hands with each other. But we got colonized. So this is how we shake hands. Isto Chumuyuza means to shake the arm. That's how we traditionally shake. That's what it means when we say that. So the handshaking is more colonial, right? And so with that, let's give a great pro call and let's all, again, just yell one more time for this great celebration today. They heard us all the way in Ottawa.
Thank you. Beautiful words. Great sharing. You know, we could sit here for days and hours sharing knowledge, and that transformation of knowledge is always it's good for us to bring to the forefront. I do believe next to go here is an acknowledgement to give appreciation, to show gratitude, and in any grateful time that we have, we always share appreciation through gift. Whether that gift is something like a cigarette or water. One of the greatest gifts you could ever give somebody is water. You could give them a cup or a bottle, something, but even to have material goods is good. And I believe our chief is now going to bring some words here and an appreciation to all of you to come out here and join us for the last few days. I believe we have one more day, and then I believe there's one more day after that. I believe there's some food, and we're going to have lots of food. My favorite of all ceremonies is when we eat. I really like that. I'll go to any ceremony if we're going to eat. Anyhow, real quick before the chief talks, we have this Keurig. I don't know what's all in there. Anyway, blue and white ticket right here, 806, 806. We were reminded to keep our tickets 806. If you have it, come and get this nice box of goodies. I don't know what's all in there. It could be a coffee maker. It could be stuff. I don't know. But is it a Keurig? All right, it's a Keurig. It's a coffee maker. Just right for the office, the home. Some of you bachelors, you can take it home and make coffee for yourself. In the meantime, 806 is the winning combination of winners, numbers 806. In the meantime, turn it on over here to Chief Stone to introduce her next part of our agenda here.
Wow, what an evening. Pinamayana, everybody that's here. I first of all want to call up all mosquito, grizzly bear head, lean man, our knowledge keepers that we consulted during this whole process. If you can come up, Max, Jico, Randy, Anderson, Virginia, William, Clarence, Melton, Clayton, Kenneth, Elaine, and if I'm missing anyone, just come up. I need bifocals. I'm in denial, so I can't see. So for the last little bit here, we've been communicating with our knowledge keepers, and one of the things that they really emphasized was to celebrate and honor in the mosquito, grizzly, bear head, lean man the way we know how, and we tried to incorporate as much as we could. We didn't have the hand games though, and I think that's something that we can discuss at a later time. So if the knowledge keepers, once you get your jackets, if you can stay, because we're gonna honor our visitors that come from far. They're labeled, those boxes were all labeled. So in the corner, you'll see. The ones that are not here, like Senator Jenny, our first female chief and our first female senator, she's in Yorkton right now. The chiefs will be meeting here in the next couple of days. And so she made her way down there. If there's others that are not here, please somebody grab them a jacket. Celeste can grab for her grandma. On behalf of Mosquito Leader Chief and Council, one of you is for coming out. Now we would like to acknowledge our visitors. So if two knowledge keepers can each grab a blanket, and we'll call up a visitor, and you'll present them with a gift. Everybody got a jacket? And they'll all stand in a semicircle, and then they'll do the honor song. Okay, we're going to call up our visitors that were invited. I'd like to invite up Chief Sylvia Weenie with our Battleford City Tribal Chiefs, if she can make her way up. Council Watson Kakwitz, if you can make your way up here. Just stand by one of our members that has a box. So our members, can you grab a box, please? Okay, membership, can you grab a box? We're going to gift our visitors now. They're right in the bottom there. Yeah, we'll grab them. No, two of them. Yeah, there's a lady on there. Okay, can we get coordinated here? No, not those ladies. The box, the boy chiefs. Those are for tomorrow. Just take that box. Okay, ladies, we can get the blankets. Okay, can we create a semicircle? A semicircle, because we have visitors that are standing behind and they're going to be coming to get their gifts. Okay. So for Chico, if Chief Sylvia Winnie can go to Chico over there and we'll give you a blanket. You want to open up the box? That would be good. There's Vivian there. If Council Watson can go to Vivian right beside Chico. Council Watson. We have our treaty commissioner. She had to leave. She is also going to Yorkton, so we'll just grab her a box there, save her one. Charlie went home. He had a very long day, so he'll be back tomorrow. We'll present him at that time. Tasha Hubbard, if you can come and see Etna. Tasha Hubbard, you can come see Etna. We'd also like to acknowledge Tuffy. Kenneth, if you can come on up and does Randy have a box? Yep. Randy will present to Tuffy. Tuffy comes from Lodgepole, and we really appreciate his attendance. He'll be closing our evening with a prayer, as well as saying greetings tomorrow. If Gina Potts can come up and see Max. If we can just have the visitors stand by where you got your jacket, your blanket. Chubby Cree, can you come up and see Clem? Chubby Cree, you can come up and see Clem. Is he still here? Come. We want to acknowledge this young man. They had a flat tire in this blowing snow. They got here from Edmonton. Yeah. If you can stay here for a little bit there. And to our MCs, Vern, if you could go see he just said make sure she's single. I said it's a guy. Gary, you have a box? Yeah, okay. Vernon, if you can go see Gary. Nobody? Happy? Oh, okay. Donnie Spadal, you can go see Randy. Clem, Elmer can come down and see. If Nathan can come up and come see Judy. Nathan? And we have some speakers that are going to be presenting on site tomorrow. And I just don't have their names in front of me right now, but your auntie and uncle, where's Amos? Your auntie and uncle. They can come see. Is that Ray? Or Celeste? Oh, April and Celeste, the husband and wife team. Yeah. Do we have any more blankets? If we can call up Peter, our elder Peter from Ocean Man. Sure. Whatever's left. No more? I'd like to acknowledge Edna, one of our band members. She's the one that does all the creative dress skirts. If Celeste can provide Edna with one. We really appreciate the short notice that we give her, and she makes makes it happen. So we're really grateful. Did I miss anybody else? I want to acknowledge Quincy. If Quincy can come up and receive a blanket. Quincy's been doing a lot of communicating with other nations, Siksika and George Gordon and surrounding nations, and they're creating a mentorship program for our crew. And I know that our Bison crew are here. If they can come up too, there's jackets. Is there jackets for them? Oh, okay. Well, we'll give them blankets. Oh, right there, Quincy. Oh, yeah. Okay. Our Bison crew, if you can come up, you'll get a blanket. Virginia, Virginia and Vivian. Travis.
You want this one?
Okay. Randy, okay. You want that one? Okay, we'll save those for our two visitors tomorrow. So, on behalf of the nation, once again, the leadership, Council Celeste for sticking around and staying, Council Brad, Council Tristan, Council Sandy, and Council Deb, we know everybody has families and are busy, and, they had prior commitments, so we understand that, we respect that. To everybody that came out, the ceremony, it was really powerful today, and, very touching. And I know in the long run, it's really going to help us as a nation awaken something within us, and one of the things that I remember as a little girl is our old people that spoke the Nakota language. They always said Nakota people were so kind. And, historically, we were quite humble and quiet and sometimes taken advantage of. We never really got involved. We never really got involved with other nations around here. We kind of stayed back. But I truly believe in my heart that it's time for us to speak up. After the 215, when they were found, that spoke to me in many ways. For us to wake up, because our descendants, they were abused and beaten. They didn't get to come home. And so when that happened, to me, it said, celebrate our people. Love. Don't be afraid to love and share that kindness. And so something that we do here in the nation, and we've taken great pride in the last 4 years, is celebrating our people, telling them while they're awake and alive on Mother Earth, not when they're passed on and talking about them. And, you come into our nation and you see some of the achievements of some of our members, and I challenge and I encourage other nations to take that step to celebrate your people, invest in your people. And everybody knows, that our priority is to hire our own, invest in our own, but if we can't, then we'll go to another nation. And if we can't go to that, then we'll look out elsewhere, to come and help us. And so to all the Nakota nations that come from all directions, from Canada here and the USA, from the bottom of our hearts as Mosquito, Grizzly, Bearhead, Lean-Man people, we're very grateful that you come, you made time, you took time away from your families. And tomorrow the bison will arrive. They're getting loaded up 8 a.m. Alberta time. We have our 4 elders over there right now. And then they'll arrive here. We'll have some singing, prayers, and, really witness something historic. coming to our community. So I'm going to turn it to our drum group there. I want to acknowledge Melton as well, because Melton is kind of a jack of all trades. A jack of all trades. He's been very helpful in the community. So, you know, with him getting the bison fence going and hiring our crew and all that. And I teased these, our bison crew, they're going to get healed because they're a little rough on the edge, eh? But, you know, it's, you have to acknowledge it. And I really, truly believe that the bison are going to bring us something good. And so with that, you know, everyone have a, you know, a safe night tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. 9 o'clock is pipe. And then we'll make our way to the site. It'll be very quick. We have it all set up there. We'll have the RCMP show up about 12:30 on each end of the highway, north and south. And they're going to slow down the traffic because the access road is on the hill. And the trailers are going to come in. They're going to back up, sing the songs, and we'll let them go and we'll leave. And so that's kind of a rundown for tomorrow. Again, you know, thank you. And I'll turn it over to the drum group. You know, it's been a really powerful evening. And we're all grateful, you know. We're all grateful for witnessing this, and to our neighboring nations in the surrounding area. Panamaya for coming and supporting us. And, you know, with that, just, yeah, give them a round of applause, everybody. We can have an honor song, and then we'll have Tuffy come up and say a closing prayer. And
And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the Wooden Face. Thank you to all the folks that have been recognized. It's truly a spirit of collectiveness. Lots of people had lots of insight, lots of contribution. And the blessing truly is we all go home with a little something. We're going to ask Nakota Nation to stand by once the prayer is rendered. Once our relative from Lodgepole shares a prayer and an acknowledgement of today, as we've gone from early morning now into the hours of evening time, it's important for us to always give thanks through prayer. And tonight we have one of our relatives who walks this road, walks with his family, his children in this way, and tries to emulate these things through our knowledge of prayer, the language, the history that we try so dearly to embed in our lives every day. And so I have great honor and respect for this individual, and ask each and every one of you before we leave here, we're going to pray collectively one more time. And then once the prayer is rendered, we'll go to Nakota Nation to kind of sing us out, kind of let us finish the evening on a vibrant note, to feel a little bit of what they say, iushkia, that good feeling inside of us. There's a vibrancy. We could feel good like that. So ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, Mr. Tuffy Helgeson.
Ami china ha hebine handai ya hibino. Wana wa chegia chamona jen. Ne choponge ne hustaga matopa makoche nedam nakoda bijeni chabichen. Ana wahu maante gakyo na naskumut nawa. My relatives, we're really happy to come here to be a part of this great celebration. All of our relations, all of our Nakota relatives from wherever we reside, from the big Rocky Mountains to the United States, over east. When we come here as a boy, when I would come, I would listen to late Solomon Stone. He'd be sitting up there. And we'd come through that door and he'd be talking Cree. And as soon as we come through, he'd start talking Nakota. And then at that, when he was done, he'd say, "For those of you who don't understand," and he'd speak English. But we're all relatives. Our Big Lodge, our Sundance, it comes from this country. Late Grandpa John Mosman, my uncle's here. They carry these ways. And we're family, we're friends, we're relatives. And the buffalo, that's our symbol of God. And everything that you folks have said here this evening, this is true. Our people are going to flourish. My brothers, Wooden Face, the song they sang, Watapabi Doki na Iaya. It says, the buffalo chasers, where have you gone? Io die wa dia. Otueda, io die wa dia. You've abandoned me, and therefore I live a life of misery. Nakoda oya debe, jea iabe. Your Assiniboine relatives, your Nakota relatives, they're saying this. And this is a song that identified us among the Socheti Shagone. When we would come, that's what we would sing. The buffalo chasers, that's our ancestors. So let's pray here tonight that everybody has a good journey home, and tomorrow the buffalo make it here in a good way. I want to thank my Uncle Max, beautiful sweat, the round dance last night. Our uncle had good birthday. So let's try together, relatives. De mahbek dayanga, ina wa kantanga ko. Ahebinehan, nechana hintua. Nek jewi chashta odabe bahekiano. Hayatejishten. Tatanga oya debe, makoche nedam, aknibichen, wana tiknichen. Chinjabe ungitawabe, togala geshten, wayupi chaching no. Nahach, we choi chaching jiush nashten nahach nakoda bije chabitach. Demachbeak dayanga, oya debine now, duwe anza chendaya gisnino, duwe hoincha gashkati enyungayo, ogia bitach. We choya zati bijechen isha gabiga, oincha giabo. Anen, Hahebinahan, Nakoda be Tehane Tibinen Chopunga Makoche Nen Hino, Ochango Washtea Ganmani Chen. Oya de Biduenen Tibi Chen. Nedago Peda Tibi Tower Chen, Wayupi ain't Gunano, you Hane Haha Chen. Eche Wichoni Washtea Ubisier. Mieno Madagonishin Jen. Dagonish no Waishin Chenduka, Waningi a Dayacha Chamonta Washkankano. Umashiga Stago ek Tanshishi Chamono. The Eche to Big the no de Pina Mabisia. I hope.
Thank you. Beautiful prayer. And now we'll go, we're going to invite all of you out here. We're going to finish out with a song, everybody to dance to. And just as we did in the days of early, we would dance together out here. And we have these songs universally wherever we go, intertribally, wherever we go. You know, sometimes they call them a dance of celebration, a dance of being grateful. And we're going to go on over here to this drum here that came some distance to be over here to share their voice, their song. And however it is for each one of you, this is our dance of victory. We know that we're victorious, and no matter of how, whatever mind state or reality we're in, we're victorious because we're still standing here. And our women dance, our children are here, and us men, we're still figuring out how to maintain, how to be warriors. And this is what these songs, they reference to. This is why we still live this way that we do, is because we're so proud of who and what we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we go on over here to Nakota Nation, and we're going to ask each and every one of you come and join out here in whatever way, capacity that you want to dance. Some of you want to really get down, you can. But before we close out tonight's webcast, I want to say thank you to IHOPS. Thank you to all the viewers. This is totally a digital archiving for the future history and the future archives. So those of you online, I hope that you enjoyed what you witnessed and heard. Nakota Nation, if you would please, Eapom. Here we go, a song of celebration. Let us dance.
Calling all people, come forward, come and dance. A beautiful song here by Nakota Nation that completes our evening here. On behalf of Donnie, Elmer, and myself, I'd like to say thank you. A lot of knowledge is gained here on my end. Anyway, Elmer, we're going to say a few words.
Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out here, Mosquito First Nation, as they celebrate the return of the buffalo. It's going to be taking place tomorrow. Punch ceremony. Chubby Cree Asta, actually up here. So all of you that are going to be staying around for tomorrow, we're going to continue Thursday celebrations. Those of you that are going to be traveling home, I ask you to travel safe as the wind is blowing and the snow is coming down. As we relate to the blessings that are given to us by Mother Earth each and every day, we always embrace it, we always rejoice. But with caution, I ask you to take care. That road spirit that's out there, I ask that road spirit, to watch over us as we make our way to our home choirs, our drum groups, our singers that are here, everybody that partook over the past couple of nights. Thank you very much. And again, as we go back to our home choirs, we're going to be telling our stories of what happened here in Mosquito, Christopher, and the First Nation, all the joy, the laughter, the sharing of knowledge and wisdom. We're going to be taking that home back to our home community. So I ask each and every one of you, all of you, and again, as the spring comes around, we're going to be going back to our celebrations, powwow time, around our home communities, and also visiting once again. So we thank you for all of you for being here. Ivito, that's your style. Hutcha! Hoo-ha! Hey, there's nothing good up there. That's ours. Ha! Beautiful song, beautiful drum. Hooka! Hoocha! Thank you to our leadership here, the chief, the council members, the elders of the community. Thank you for your hospitality and many blessings in return. Pacha, poka, aho! Make sure you're dressed warm tomorrow. That cold weather's starting to drift our way. The way Old Man Winter is telling us he's going to come cleanse this land before he heads back north, and the thunder bees come back to visit us once again. So with that, hoka, aho.